Again, G47 has shown his power on Euclidia, the magic island of the South Seas. When Jerry Hall started off the homing pigeon to Johnson on the rescue boat, things looked very bright. The pigeon was released at midnight, and at 8 in the morning, the Gregory party were sure that all was well, and that the pigeon had reached the other boat. As they were discussing their chances of escape in the soundproof cabin on the yacht, the mad scientist, G47, walked in with the pigeon in his hand. G47 has just left the cabin after telling them that the pigeon was stopped by gas in the ring of fog surrounding the island.
Well, I guess that's the end of it.
Oh, Mother, is there no hope at all?
Very little, my dear. You heard what G47 said. His assistants are working now on the formula they took from the leg of that pigeon. And when they've successfully compounded it, our lives will be worth nothing.
Golly whiskers, Tex. Tex? Hey, Tex, what are you thinking about?
How to get this pigeon or the other one through that ring of fog and gas that guards the island.
But can you do it in time to be of any help, Captain? G47 and his men will be working rapidly on that formula. And when they complete it, I think it will be too late to help us then.
Oh, Tex, isn't there something we can do?
I'm afraid not. There's no chance for these birds to fly through that gas ring. They'll never fail to use a gas ring as long as they have a chance of trying anything else.
Wait a minute, Tex. You act like you're not paying any attention to us at all. Quit worrying about getting the message through to Johnson. He can't get here in time to save us anyhow.
Jerry's right, Tex. What we've got to do is try some extreme measure. Something wild and foolish if there's nothing sensible and reasonable left to do. But we've got to do something about getting off this island before those Euclideans get that formula compounded.
No hurry about that, Pat. It will take them a long time to figure it out.
Do not be too sure, Captain Bradford. G47 and those other men can do as they wish with any formula that any living man could write for them.
Hurry up, Tex. Let's try to get off this crazy island.
Take a look outside the door, Jerry. I'm going to tell you something.
It's all right to talk in here now, Tex. No one can hear us with the cabin insulated with this opaque cloth.
Probably not, but take a look anyway, kid.
Okay, Tex. All clear out there. The skipper's at one end of the passage and the engineer at the other.
All right. I'll just let the pigeon rest here on the bunk.
That beautiful little bird is so frightened. If it's hurt, we should...
Not a bit. Just some harmless gas that caused him to flutter slowly to the floor of the island. He'll be all right after he gets over his fright.
I read in your pigeon book that it upsets them when something stops them from a flight they've started out on.
Sometimes it does, but this little fellow has had accidents before. He'll be all right soon. I'll hold him here, Tex. There now, Bosun. Feel better now? Now, Tex, the pigeon seems comfortable. Go ahead.
I suppose I should have told you before. But I thought I'd save you a lot of worry if I did the worrying for all of us. I didn't want you to realize just how much I feared old G47 and how little faith I had in that pigeon getting through the fog ring.
Well, we know the worst now, Tex.
I was afraid, Captain, that your plan was too simple to succeed against the protection on this island.
Oh, you did swell, Tex. Nobody's going to blame you when old G47 works out that formula and comes to do whatever he's going to do with us.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, kid. I've had my mind on the pigeon and can't seem to stay on the subject. But you can quit worrying about the formula. The old G47 may be mad enough to kill us anyway when he discovers that he hasn't got it.
What do you mean, Tex? Did you put the formula in code?
These Euclideans can decipher any code nearly as fast as it can be read by one who understands it. They have a conversion table of all the possible combinations of figures, letters, and characters known to man. And they work out a code as accurately as you would use a slide rule.
Then when they read the code, we're sunk for sure.
But it wasn't code. What I had on that message to Johnson simply was not my formula.
Then they haven't the formula at all?
They must have some formula, or they wouldn't be working on it all this time.
They have a formula, all right. And no matter how clever they are, they're going to have some fun with it before they give up trying to compound my secret with it.
You gave them a formula which will make nothing, then?
No, I gave them a formula which I worked on for years. And I've worked with some of the greatest chemists in the world on it. The formula for making synthetic diamonds.
Giggle and goldfish. Then if they work it out, they'll have a diamond.
Something like one, Jerry, though the formula was never quite perfect, was it, Tex?
No. It works up to a certain point where a hard mass is precipitated. But before you can rescue this solid from the solution, it is promptly dissolved again.
That's a honey, Tex. It may fool them, too. For when they get this hard substance, and then it dissolves, they'll think they got the real thing, the universal solvent.
Hush, Jerry, not so loud.
So that is your secret, Captain Bradford. The universal solvent. I've often heard G47 say you had the greatest formula in the world, and one that chemists have tried to get since chemistry began. Now I can understand why they wanted to bring you to this island.
Yes, Joan, dear. I was allowed to come here and find you so those scientists could get Captain Bradford in their power. Now all our lives will pay for it.
Hey there, Mrs. Gregory. Cut it out. We're not done yet by a long ways. Don't forget what G47 said. As long as they're trying to get Texas formula, we're safe.
Right, and before they get it, we may figure our way out.
Do you mind if I ask you a question about your formula, Captain Bradford?
Go right ahead, Joan, only don't talk too loud.
You have really found the formula for the universal solvent?
Yes.
You've actually used it to dissolve every element and combination of elements known to science?
Yes, Joan, I really have it.
What do you use as a container to keep it in?
I thought that was coming, Tex. Joan's got her head fastened on tight, all right.
Is your head loose, Jerry?
Now, don't you two start that again. Jerry is really paying you a very high compliment, Joan. He thinks it's clever of you to ask such a question.
To ask that is only natural, I think. For if you have something which will dissolve everything, how could you keep any of it? It would eat its way through any container.
You may think it's natural to ask that, Joan, with the training you've had here. But most people pass it up. Anyhow, I have the formula, and it will eat its way out of anything you put it in. And that very fact is a thing I think will save our lives and get us off this island.
But how?
No more now, Jerry. I hope we haven't talked too much about it as it is.
Here's where we get it for the trick we played on them.
G47 will be very angry.
Can't help it now. Come in.
Oh, Skipper. What is it?
Pigeon,
Something happened to the other pigeon?
I
What's up, Skipper? Someone at the pigeon cote?
was,
Someone been there and done something to the pigeon?
I
Oh, Ted.
Steady, Pat. You three stay here. I'll take this other pigeon and go and see. Shove off, Skipper.
Now, what's up, I wonder?
Oh, I hope they haven't harmed the other one. I wouldn't mind their taking it away from us to keep us from using it, but I'd feel very badly if anything happened to them.
You are so sweet and kind, Mother. I think those are the words I want to use, but we know so little of those qualities on Euclidia that I do not even know how to speak of them.
You're doing all right, Joan. For a girl that didn't know anything when I landed here, you're getting so you talk pretty near as good as I do.
You mean I speak nearly as well as you, Jerry?
Oh, what's the use?
I'm afraid, Jerry, that Joan is rapidly learning our careless manner of address, and she's really right.
I want to speak as you do, Mother, and I want to go to your world and learn all about it.
Our chances of that aren't boiling over right now.
Oh, now, Jerry, you must not get in that frame of mind. You must keep happy and foolish to help the rest of us.
Yes, Jerry. Tex is inclined to look on the dark side of things, mostly to keep us from getting our hopes too high, I think. And we've learned to look to you for the bright side, so don't let us down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Only things happen too fast here for me sometimes. Now, this pigeon thing. We had our hopes all worked up on getting a message to Johnson, and the pigeon comes back.
But they didn't get Captain Bradford's formula, Jerry, and that is something.
Yes, something. But what will G47 do because he was tricked?
He won't do anything till he gets Tex's real formula.
Jerry may be right, Mother. G47 and his assistants have a patience that is terrible. Their plans and formulas have been complete, their equipment ready for world conquest, and their supplies on hand for many months. Yet they have waited patiently for this chance to get Captain Bradford here with his formula.
But why did they have to make such an involved process of it? A simple message that you had been found living here would have brought us at any time.
I don't know about that, Mrs. Gregory. Remember how many times you have been fooled about Joan being found someplace, and how you even wondered about coming here.
I know the Euclideans wanted to be sure you left your home without any suspicion of what you would find, as they feared Captain Bradford might leave instructions behind him as to what to do if you did not return as you had planned. If these men fear anyone or anything in the world, it is Captain Bradford.
Gee, it's great to be that important.
But you, Jerry, you are also important.
Me? How come?
You have some very powerful radio apparatus in your home in Hollywood, you and your father. Is that not so?
Jerry, they must have heard you sending with your 1 1/2 meter set.
Oh, I don't think it would pick up here. It's just a homemade affair.
Oh, it was heard here, and it was heard to answer the call which brought you down here.
Jiminy Jimcracks. Do you mean that when I heard that report about the old sailor and tried to get more information about it, that they really heard my QRF here?
Yes, Jerry. They heard you very plainly when you repeated the message G47 sent. And you said you would try to locate Mrs. Gregory, Mother, and get the message to her.
Now, Jerry, how does that feel? See how important you are?
Well, it's no surprise to me. I always had an idea I'd turn out to be a pretty important guy.
And you take it all so modestly, Jerry.
Oh, gee.
And your face is so red, Jerry. You look so funny.
Joan, dear. Joan, you laughed. That's the first time I ever heard you laugh.
We do not laugh on Euclidia. I never felt like that before. It's a nice feeling to laugh. Jerry, you must make me laugh some more. Will you please look foolish again so that I may laugh?
Oh, sure. Oh, no, I won't.
Well, I can't figure that one out. Here's the other pigeon, not hurt a bit. Skipper said one of G47's men came and took it out of the coat. Handled it very carefully and put it back.
What could that be for, Tex?
I don't know.
Oh, they just did something to it so it can't carry messages for us.
May I see the pigeon, Captain Bradford?
Certainly, Joan. Here you are.
Such a soft and warm little thing. He's rather nervous, I think. Let me see. Yes. So that is it. This pigeon could not leave the island now, Captain, through the fog ring.
Have they done something to it so the gas will affect it?
Wait a minute. Let me feel that pigeon. Yep. Remember when we got off the yacht the first time and we tried to walk? That magnetism held us still, even our hands.
What do you see, Jerry?
He feels it, Captain Bradford. Before you had time to leave the yacht, when you first landed, a magnetic paint had been put on the rail and deck of the yacht in the yellow darkness, so that you could not move when the current was turned on.
Then that is what's been done to this pigeon? I can't see it.
The paint is colorless and odorless, but it lasts for many hours, and this pigeon is now covered with it and could never get outside the magnetic circle. We have lost our only hope, Captain Bradford.
This program was transcribed from an earlier network broadcast. What's the name?
John Hancock.
What's the program?
Point Sublime.
Point Sublime. Presented by the John Hancock Mutual Life Insurance Company. Starring Cliff Arquette and Mel Blanc, Point Sublime is written and produced by Robert L. Red. Point Sublime. We suggest you stay tuned to the end of this program when you will learn how you may get a free copy of our beautiful book of Christmas carols. Now, meet your John Hancock agent.
Friends, I know a fellow who carries an umbrella every day, rain or shine. Now, maybe that's carrying caution just a bit too far. But what about the emergency your family might have to face if, by any chance, your support should be withdrawn? Well, making sure in advance that your loved ones will be able to get along without hardship is one of the jobs a sound life insurance program can do. Out of its 85 years of practical experience, the John Hancock Mutual Life Insurance Company has developed a simple readjustment plan that costs you little and yet gives you complete assurance that your family's future is secure. And it's a plan that's well within your means, as your local John Hancock agent will be glad to explain. You'll find that his life insurance recommendations are specially fitted to your needs and your income. Just say the word and your friendly John Hancock agent will supply full information.
Now for the human story of a fellow named Ben Willett. It is an early December evening in Point Sublime, Evelyn Hanover's cottage. Right now, Ben and Evie are sitting on the davenport in front of the fireplace in the softly lighted room and are leafing through a little Christmas gift catalog Ben brought with him.
Now, look at this page, Evie. How'd you like a solid gold fountain pen set?
Oh, please, Ben, that would be too expensive.
You know, I've been trying for 2 weeks to get you to say what you'd like for Christmas this year.
I was up in the attic this afternoon. I came across a box of things I put away.
Yeah, sure. Now, help me, Evie. You bake wonderful cakes. How'd you like me to give you a mix master all wrapped up with cellophane and red ribbons?
There were some letters in the box.
Or I could get you a pretty diamond ring.
Oh, thank you, no, Ben. Do you remember the first letter you wrote me almost 7 years ago?
Well, not exactly.
I'll keep it always. You said quite a few interesting things in that letter.
Oh, me, I always was a blabbermouth. What did I say in the letter?
That you liked me the very first day we met.
Oh, is that it? Yeah, I remember now. I wrote you and I said I thought you had the prettiest blue eyes of any lady I ever met.
Except one.
Except one?
Yes, and you didn't say. Who was she then?
Now, let's look on this interesting page in the Christmas catalog. Watches. How'd you like a watch, baby? Nice Gruen watch. See here? Gruen watch time. Click, clack.
Who was she then? Was she pretty?
Hey, I'll get you another cup of coffee.
You sit right back down here, Ben Willett.
Yeah, well, now, don't ask questions.
You spoke very nicely of her in your letter.
She got married.
Were you in love with her?
Well, maybe. Well, it was a long time ago, 13, 14 years ago.
Did she live here in Point Sublime?
Still does.
Oh, I suppose I really shouldn't ask, but who is she then?
Oh, I'll tell you if you want to know. She was...
Oh, laws. Now, who'd be coming here tonight?
Want me to answer it?
No, I'll get it.
Well, I hope it isn't Hattie Hirsch.
Hey, Miss Hanover.
Oh, Mooney, come in here.
Yeah, sure. I got Doc Lockhart with me.
May I come in, Miss Hanover?
Yes, come in, Doctor.
Hey, what's going on, Doc?
Well, I just met Doc up at the corner, and he was going somewhere to phone somebody. I said you were here.
May I use your phone, Miss Hanover?
Yeah, right there on the coffee table.
Thank you. I want to call the county hospital. It's burning.
Gee, what's going on, Doc?
Well, I was just over to see the little Grafton boy.
Tad?
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with him?
Tad Grafton has contracted an extremely severe and a decidedly rare type of typhoid fever.
Oh, no.
Say, can I go out in the kitchen, Miss Hanover, and make a sandwich or something for Doc Lockhart? He hasn't had something.
I'm all right. I better make this call. Hello.
You'll find some baked ham in the refrigerator, Mooney. Fresh milk.
Yes, ma'am.
Operator, this is Dr. Lockhart. A long-distance call. Connect me with the county hospital at Vernon.
Say, how'd Tad Graff never catch typhoid? We got the purest water in the county.
Hello,
here.
County. Dr. Lockhart in Point Sublime. Is Dr. Hudson there? Oh, fine. Connect me with the laboratory at once.
You say it's a rare type of typhoid? I didn't know that.
Hello, John. Albert Lockhart. Yes. Say, John, I've just run into a rare typhoid case. Yes, that's it. But I'm positive, John. I've made all the tests. Yes, I know. And this is only the second case I've had in all my years of practice.
Hey, where's the butter, Miss Hanover?
Oh, quiet, Mooney.
It's all very true, John, but...
The butter dish is in the cupboard.
Yeah, okay, I'll find it.
Well, I want to give the lad a transfusion the minute I can locate the right blood-type donor. You check the county hospital files right away, will you? See if there's a record of this form of typhoid within the last year. Yes, call me back right away, will you? Oh, Miss Hanover, what's your number here?
214.
John, call me at Point Sublime, 214. Yes, I'll wait. Goodbye.
Hey, sounds pretty serious, Doc.
If Ted Grafton's going to live, I've got to find somebody who had a similar attack within the last year.
Oh, dear. Tad's such a nice kid. Wish I could do something.
Who doesn't?
Just how does this particular kind of typhoid affect a person?
It affects the bones. Even if the Grafton boy does pull through, he may be a cripple unless we find a donor to give him a transfusion.
Well, good grief, what are we waiting for? I'll give the kid all the transfusions he needs.
You don't
It
understand,
has to
Ben.
come from someone who's had the disease recently. But to complicate matters, the donor must be the same blood type as Tad, of course.
Well, what do we do?
Wait for the hospital to call.
Here, Doc, a ham sandwich and a glass of milk. I hope you like mayonnaise. I put a lot on it.
Thanks, Mooney, thanks. You see, the Graftons didn't call me as soon as they should have.
Well, Dave Grafton's always putting off. Now his boy's real sick.
Oh, my, that startled me. Jumped and knocked the glass of milk over.
Hello? Yes, Dr. Lockhart. Well, put him on.
Yeah, I'll wipe it up with my handkerchief.
Hello, John. Did you find anything? Yeah? What's his name? Where does he live? Chris Popino, huh?
Oh, no.
How can I locate the man?
Yeah, I know where he lives, Doc.
Wait a minute, John. You know him, Ben?
Yeah, I know Chris Popino. But in this case, since it's Dave Grafton's boy, Chris Popino won't do you any good.
Oh, heavens, why not?
Never mind. Say, Ben Willett knows the man. I'll locate him at once. Thanks, John. Goodbye.
Well, this sort of luck doesn't happen once in a blue moon. Hey, you'll have to take me to see this Chris Popenow at once, Ben.
No use, I said.
What do you mean?
The man will certainly give a transfusion to save a boy's life.
He might for anybody but a Grafton.
Well, why not a Grafton?
Because Chris Popenow's been holding a grudge against Dave Grafton for, about the last 15 years. This is probably the sort of thing Chris has been waiting for.
Ben, get your coat and hat.
What for, Doc?
You're taking me to see Popenow.
It's no use, I tell you.
Where does he live?
Oh, about 20 miles back up in the coast mountains. Dirt road most of the way. I never been there.
Here's your mackinaw, Ben. I'll hold it for
Thanks, Evie. Chris has been living back in the hills by himself for years. Ever since, the time 14 years ago, David Grafton came along and stole Chris's bride-to-be right out from under his nose.
Gracious. How does he live?
Oh, Chris is a tanner.
Tanner?
Yeah, he makes a couple of trips a year out to Mountain Island, about 30 miles offshore here, to hunt antelope and wild goat.
I don't care what he does. Come on, let's go, Ben.
Well...
Hey, you be careful when you get up there, Mr. Willis.
Now, don't worry, Mooney.
Hey, you want me to go? I could help out if there's a fight or something.
No, Mooney.
Come on, Ben, come on. Thanks for the use of your phone, Miss
Yes,
Hanover.
Doctor, yes.
Well, I'm sorry, Evie, you didn't get your Christmas present picked out.
Ben, do please be careful.
Don't worry about Ben, Miss Hanover. When we get up there, I'll do the talking to Mr. Popenow. I have no use for that kind of a man. Well, good night.
Good night.
This must be the turnoff into his place.
Well, turn. That must be his house right there.
Yeah, I see the light now. Doc, I still think I better go in and try to talk to Chris myself.
No, I'll handle him with pleasure.
I'll stop the car here. You see, Doc, Chris and I used to be mighty good friends when we was young fellas, and maybe I could explain things to him better.
You wait here in the car. I'll talk to him. And I'm not going to take any foolishness. He has an obligation to society.
Now, if you aren't out in 10 minutes, I'll come see.
Give me an hour. But don't worry, I'll handle this all right.
Well, I hope so, Doc. I'll wait.
Who is it? Are you Chris Popenow?
Yeah, what do you want?
I'm Dr. Lockhart from down Point Sublime.
I'm not sick. I don't want any doctors. Go away.
Oh, no. You don't close this door in my face. I drove all the way up here to talk to you, and I'm going to do it. Now, come on, open up.
I don't bother anybody. Why do you bother me?
Not very hospitable, are you, Mr. Popenow? Well, it's cold outside. I'll just close this door. Hey, what's that odor I smell in here? It's terrible.
I like it.
Oh, I see. Comes from those large wooden tubs over there, huh?
Yeah. Tannic acid, sumac.
Used for what?
To tan animal hides. Why all the questions?
Animal hides, huh? Oh, the ones you shoot out on Mountain Island?
How do you know so much about me?
I know many things about you, Mr. Popenow.
What do you want? You want a doctor?
Well, can't you see this medical bag I have in my hand here?
Oh.
Say, did you have typhoid fever the early part of last year?
Nearly died of it.
Well, do you know what kind it was?
Typhoid's all I know.
Did it leave any after effects?
Well, can't you see this right arm of mine?
Oh. Can you straighten it out?
No. Feels like the bones in the elbow grew solid.
Mr. Popenow, I want you to save a boy's life.
Me?
There's a boy down in Point Sublime who may die unless you give him a blood transfusion.
Well, why me?
Well, it's hard to explain, but take my word for it. It has to come from someone who recently also suffered that particular kind of typhoid, and you're the man.
Kid's gonna die, huh?
Probably. How about it?
Yeah. When do we do it?
Tonight. I have a car waiting outside.
I'm a fool, but all right.
Oh, one thing first. I have my kit with me here. I have to make a blood test to determine it's tight. Won't hurt any.
Nothing hurts me anymore. Well, what do I do?
Just roll up your sleeve. I'll set my bag here on the table by the lamp. Get a few things out. There.
I don't know why I do this. There's my arm.
Well, sit down on this chair by me.
Yeah.
Get a glass slide, a little alcohol, and a piece of cotton, hypodermic needle. Now, let's have your arm.
There you are.
That's it. Now tie this rubber band around your arm. There. Now, as we say in my profession, this won't hurt you a bit.
Yeah, sure.
Hold still.
Yeah.
Good, Mr. Popenoe. As nearly as I can tell, you're the exact blood type. We'll save that boy yet.
Yeah. Hey, I was just thinking of something. Who's the boy?
What's the difference? He's sick.
Who's the kid, I'm asking?
You'll come anyway, Popenoe.
Yeah, I thought so. It's Dave Grafton's kid, isn't it?
Yes. Go on, get your coat.
No, you don't. I nearly went to give my blood to save a Grafton.
Popenoe, you're coming with me.
You don't understand this one, Doc, and I'm not going. I've been waiting for something like this for 14 years. Now it's better than I could have planned. I'm staying right here.
Pull down your sleeve. Get your coat, I said.
I've been waiting all this time, and now all I have to do is sit here in my own little shack and let it happen.
Come on, Popenoe.
Get out, Doctor, get out before I throw you out.
All right. I'll go, but I'll be back later tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. I'll go to town. But I'll be back with enough help to persuade you to save Ted Grafton from dying.
Get out. Get out!
In a moment, we'll bring you part 2 of Point Sublime. But right now, we want you to hear from Webb Tyler, the John Hancock agent in Point Sublime. Webb?
You know, folks, it often does us a lot of good to talk about certain things we've had on our minds. And sometimes, talking to a friend, you'll find that he's been thinking along much the same lines. And you suddenly realize that you can be guided by his experiences. For example, let's say that you, like any head of a family, want to be reasonably sure that your loved ones will be able to get along comfortably, especially if something should happen to you. Now, you'll find there's a man in your community who will take a real friendly interest in this problem. Your John Hancock agent. Behind him, you know, stands the sound experience of a life insurance company that's 85 years old and is serving 8 million policyholders. Your John Hancock agent is ready to put that wide experience to work in helping you. It reveals, among other things, that without your support, your loved ones would most likely need at least as much as your annual earnings to tide them over the first difficult year or so. And you may be surprised when you learn how little it will cost to provide such a fund, and when you consider what a big difference this simple plan may make in your family's future. So have a talk with your friendly John Hancock agent soon. Let him help you plan a safe, secure tomorrow for those you love.
Now, part 2 of Point Sublime. It is almost 7 o'clock the next morning. For the last several hours, a shrill, cold wind has blown in from the ocean to bite viciously at the little town. Ben Willett and August Moon are in the store drinking hot coffee they have just brewed on the electric plate back of the counter.
Any more cream, Mr. Willett?
No, thanks, Mooney. Gee, I wish I'd hear from Doc Lockhart.
You sure he's over with the little Grafton kid?
I guess so. Oh, good heavens, look coming down the sidewalk. Evelyn Hanover.
Yeah, she can hardly make it against the wind.
What's she doing out at this morning hour? Evelyn, come in here.
Oh, I thought I was in nature. Almost a gale. You should see the ocean. Oh, I've been frantic all night, Ben. Why didn't you telephone me when you got back?
Well, it was so late, I thought you'd be asleep.
Well, you've been back 2 hours or more.
Yeah, just about.
I hear there's some ugly talk starting around town.
Yeah, there was a couple of men here a while ago. I wouldn't let them in.
I hear that Popenoe man wouldn't help.
Well, bad news travels fast. Well, Doc was kind of headstrong. He wouldn't let me go talk with Chris. Now the town's boiling mad at Chris.
He's no good.
Mooney.
Well,
Chris isn't a bad man. I knew him well. He's just been living alone and brooding. He's mixed up, or he wouldn't have refused to help the Grafton boy.
He really did, then?
Yeah. Practically kicked Doc out of the cabin. Now certain bean brains around town are threatening to tar and feather Chris if they can lay hands on him.
Oh, no.
After the news got around, 3 carloads of men drove up to Chris's place about 4 a.m.
They were going to bring him down and make him give the transfusion?
Yeah, only Chris was gone.
Where to?
Who knows? Probably left right after Doc and I was there.
He probably drove down to Sandyman Cove where he keeps his old tugboat and went out to Mountain Island to hunt goats. Huh?
Well, I've never... Hey, Mooney, maybe that's where Chris did go.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, no, he couldn't. No small boat could keep afloat in this gale.
Well, he might have made it before the wind got so high. Oh, dear, I wish I could talk to Chris now. Talk a little sense into his head. Men around town are going to do something to him if Tad Grafton dies. I think maybe I should...
No, Ben, you can't.
How'd you know what I was thinking?
You can't go out to Mountain Island to look for him. Why, he might not have gone there at all.
Yeah, well, maybe not. Nobody'd be fool enough to take a boat out to sea in a storm like...
Ben, who's this man running toward the store?
Good grief, it's Dave Grafton. Heard he was about out of his head.
Poor fellow.
Well, I never wasted much love on Dave. Keep quiet, he's coming in.
He looks frantic.
I want to buy some rope, then. Some strong rope. Well, don't stand there. Where is it?
Just a minute, Dave. What do you got in mind?
This is a store where you sell things to people. I want to buy about 25 feet of good, strong rope. Where do you keep it?
Yeah, I'm all out of rope,
You're
Dave.
lying. You know what I want it for. You're trying to protect Chris Popenoe. Where's your rope?
Now, get this straight, Davy. I'm all out of rope. How's Tad?
Tad.
Is Doc Lockhart still over the house? How's the kid?
I don't know. Doc doesn't say. Bell keeps blubbering around and praying. I tell you, my boy's going to die. Maybe today or tonight or tomorrow, but Tad will die. I know he will. And when he does, I say Chris Popenoe the same as murdered him.
Now, cut it out.
You own some of the rope, and I'll get it somewhere else.
Dave, come back here.
We know where Popenoe went. His boat's gone. When the storm quiets down, a bunch of us are going out to the island and get him. That's where he went to hide.
Dave, cut out that kind of talk. Now, go on home and be with your boy. Davy!
Oh, that poor man.
No, Dave Grafton's no good. He never was.
Maybe not, but...
You see, I was right. Chris went out to the island.
Yeah, Mooney. See, Abby, it only takes one man's crazy talk at a time like this to stir up a bunch of strong-armed, weak-brained troublemakers.
It's beginning to sound very serious, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, me. Poor Belle.
Belle? Who's Belle?
Belle Grafton. That's Dave's wife.
Oh, yes, I heard him mention her.
Said she was praying for Tad.
I just can't stand to see a wonderful, marvelous woman like Belle have this kind of trouble come down on her. Well, I gotta get on my way.
Ben!
Mooney, go in the back store and get my old oil slicker and hat and my big hip boots. They're hanging on the north wall.
Yes, Mr. Willard. Babe, I don't think you...
Do what I ask you now, Mooney.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Oh, Ben, please, don't try to go out to that island.
If I can find him, I think Chris will listen to me. We used to be pals.
But Ben, if something should happen to
Maybe
you...
there's still time for Chris to help Tad Grafton. If Tad lives, the men won't harm Chris. Yeah, it's pretty plain. It's me who's got to go.
Here's your slipper, Mr. Willard.
Oh.
And your boots.
Oh.
Hey, let me go with
No,
you.
no, Mooney. I'll go alone. Here, hold the coat for me.
Yes, sir. I wish you wouldn't go.
Oh, Ben. Ben, my darling.
Ben, they step in my shack and talk. Step in.
Well, thanks, Leaf. Look, Leaf, I came down here to the wharf to see you because you got the only boat strong enough to make the trip out to Mountain Island in a storm like this.
Why, sure, the Mohammed is good boat. Sea will go anywhere. Sea
I know, Leaf. But are you sure the Mohammed can make the trip in this weather?
Easy as pie, Ben.
Leaf, you got more nerve and you got good sense.
Yeah. When do we go to island?
Right now. No time to waste. The Mohammed's got to go to Mountain Island, but fast. little cabin you got here on the island, Chris.
How did you find it?
Oh, I've been walking around this island for almost 2 hours.
What did you come for, Ben?
See you, Chris?
You can't talk me into anything.
Well, not gonna try. Why? What you mean, Chris?
You came out here to get me to go back and give that Grafton boy a blood transfusion.
Matter of fact, Chris, I guess I did.
Well, I'm not going.
Well, now, what do you think of that?
What are you looking at out the window?
Built your cabin right where you could always have a good look at it when you came out here, huh, Chris?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was just looking down there at the beach. Picnic Rock.
I never look at it anymore.
Well, maybe you ought to. Have yourself some mighty nice recollections. Picnic Rock. Well, so what do you know? Guess I'd almost forgotten about it.
Don't talk, Benny, don't talk.
And we as young fellas, Chris, sure used to do a lot of crazy things, didn't we?
I suppose.
Like when we'd load the girls in that little 2x4 boat I used to own and come over here to the island for outings.
I put all that out of my mind a long time ago.
Gee, old Picnic Rock. Remember, Belle gave it that name.
Don't mention her.
Oh, gosh. Remember, sometimes Belle would be your partner and sometimes she'd be
Tell
mine.
me, Ben, don't mention her name. Don't mention her name.
Still think about her, don't you, Chris? Even after all these 14 years.
Well, what if I do?
Chris, Belle made a mistake when she up and married Dave Grafton. Everybody knows that. I guess Belle most of all. But the boy came along after the first year, and Belle stuck it out with Dave on account of Tad. Don't you think so?
Well, that's what I've always told myself.
You know, Dave Grafton was kind of good looking in those days. Just came along and swept Belle off of her feet.
It was all set. Belle and I were going to be married in June.
Yeah.
And I hate Dave Grafton.
Well, I never thought much of him myself, Chris.
And now I'm getting even with him.
Yeah. Letting his boy die.
No, don't put it that way.
Facts are facts. You could save the kid.
No.
Chris, that's the way it is.
No, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is, Chris. It's kind of second-hand murder you're committing.
No.
Right now, this very minute.
Bet I'll go crazy if you keep talking this way.
Chris.
Yeah?
That sick boy belongs to Belle, too. She had him.
Yeah, I know.
Now, if you take a look down there, you can see Leif Anderson's boat bobbing around like a cork on the wave.
I saw it.
I'm leaving now, Chris. There's room on Leif's boat for another passenger.
No.
Well?
No, I won't go back.
I was just thinking, once there was a time in your life when you'd have done as much for Belle.
She was beautiful.
Yeah.
And she... All right, Ben. I will.
Oh, that's it, Chris. I knew you'd want to make it a little easier for Belle. She's put up with enough from Dave Grafton for 14 years. We gotta save her what little trouble we can.
Hurry, Ben, hurry. I hope in God's name Leif's boat can get me back in time.
Well, Miss Hanover, I must be running along now. I just dropped into your cottage to find out how much I owed you for those phone calls last night.
I won't take a cent of it.
Well, then next time you get the sniffles, call me and I'll send you some pills. Well, I'll be on my way up to Vernon to see my hospital patients.
But, Doc, you sure you can leave town? I mean, is Tad Grafton out of danger?
Oh, absolutely. It's 8 hours since Pocono gave the transfusion, and Tad's temperature has gone down 5 degrees.
Tad will be all right then?
Yes, he's going to be all right.
Oh, good.
Oh, and Ben, the next time I run across a bull-headed fellow like Chris Pocono, I'll take your advice. I'll let you do the talking.
Yo, now, Doc, you're so tired you're talking silly.
Well, goodbye, Miss Hanover.
Goodbye, Doc.
Yeah.
Take it easy, Ben.
Yeah, see you.
See you around town.
Oh, Ben, Dr. Lockhart's a fine man. And a good doctor.
Oh, yeah, Doc's swell. Kids in town love him, too. He's the kind of a doctor that when he looks down a little kid's throat, he uses a lollipop for a tongue depressor.
You're kind of all right, too, Ben.
Think so, baby?
Now, Ben, you're tired, too. Stretch out on the davenport there. Put your feet up. Be comfortable.
Well, I think I will as long as you suggest it. Yeah. Oh, gee, this is wonderful. Sit down beside me here, Evie.
Well,
Let me hold your hand.
no.
Please, let me hold it.
No, I said. Ben,
Evie, what do you want old Benny to give you this Christmas?
Ben.
Yeah? Gee, the fireplace is nice.
When you were younger, I'll bet you were a gay blade.
No, I was real sharp. What are you getting at, Evie?
You remember that first letter you wrote me? The one I told you about last night?
Oh, yeah, letter.
The girl you mentioned in it. The only lady you ever cared for before I moved to town.
What do you want for Christmas, baby?
During those last hectic 24 hours, who were you the most concerned about?
Concerned about? Well, the sick kid, Tad Grafton, of course.
Ben,
Yeah?
take my hand.
Sure. Gee, you got such a nice soft hand, honey.
Now, tell me the truth.
Evie, you got some kind of womanly intuition.
Am I right? You really like her?
Oh, now, Evie, can I help it if I used to be in love with Belle? That is before Chris Popino stole her affections from me.
Chris did?
Yeah, and that was before charming Dave Grafton came along, took her away from both of us and married her.
Oh, Ben, you sweet, darling, wonderful old faker.
Faker? Yeah, faker. Evie, don't leave me. Keep holding my hand.
Hey, Ben.
Ain't I the one?
Friends, let the beauty of Christmas carols enrich your holidays. As a season's greeting to all Point Sublime listeners, the John Hancock Mutual Life Insurance Company offers you a free booklet containing many favorite Christmas carols, both words and music, together with the story of Christmas carols since olden times. To get this attractive illustrated free booklet, simply address a postcard or letter to Point Sublime, Hollywood, California. Write your name and address clearly, ask for the booklet of Christmas carols, and you will receive it absolutely free of charge. Yes, that's all you need to do. Simply address your postcard or letter to Point Sublime, Hollywood, California, for your free copy of the booklet of Christmas carols. Why not send for this booklet now while it's on your mind? This is Art Gilmore saying next Monday night at this same time, tune in again to Point Sublime. And don't forget to send for your free booklet of Christmas carols. Good night.
This program was transcribed from its earlier network release. Listen again next week, same time, same station for Point Sublime. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the new NBC presentation starring Ilona Massey, the world's most beautiful actress, as the Baroness Karen Gazer, in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Tonight, as Assignment 2, the Admiral's Strange Identity, a story until now top secret.
Don't say anything else, sir. Just get in.
What?
Get inside.
You are not serious.
I heard the last 2 minutes of your conversation with Borland. The steward saw him come to this cabin. I know what you are and who you are. Get inside.
I won't. Let go of me. Let me go.
A vacation is not a painful death.
Please, you don't know what you're doing. Let me go. You maniac. No! I was half unconscious from the blow, but I felt him pick me up and put me in. He put the pillow over my face, blankets off the bed, stuffed in around me so I couldn't breathe. Then the lid came down, pressing, relentless. Then darkness, nothingness. The whole pattern of my life came into focus. stretching away into the past. I could hear the farmer warning me.
In espionage, Baroness, there is no protection in danger, no recognition, even in death.
I accepted those conditions and became a spy. 2 weeks ago, I was a manicurist in the Hotel Adlon in Berlin, sending in daily reports of whatever information I could find. Then, I heard about Elsa Frung. I found out who she was and what she was going to do. I got her measurements, her height, weight, and I asked the farmer to arrange for her detention. When he got her, he sent for me. I hurried to the little art shop on the back street in Berlin where the farmer was, waiting.
That you, Karen?
Yes.
Come in. Karen, you can't go through with this. It's too dangerous.
Did you get her?
2 of the men picked her up last night.
Where is she?
She tried to escape. We shot her.
Oh, no. Was it absolutely necessary?
I'm afraid so. She would have escaped.
Where are her clothes?
They're there on the couch.
I'll change behind the screen. Go ahead and tell me everything.
Karen, this is suicide. Changing places with Elsa Frung is suicide.
Tell me about her.
Her tickets are for a plane leaving Tempelhof Airdrome in a quarter of an hour. You were right about her size. Exactly like you. Waist, bust, shoes, everything.
Did she wear any jewelry?
No.
Oh, how did she do her hair?
Combed back, off the forehead.
Did she wear nail polish?
No.
Have you any polish remover?
No.
Well, I can peel it off in the car on the way to the airport.
Karen, this is insane. It's too dangerous.
How about the makeup?
She didn't wear any. She was drab, colorless, insipid. Karen, I won't let you go. Admiral Strassner is a fanatic, cruel, sadistic. He's the most dangerous man I know.
What's the latest information on him?
I got a code message this afternoon. You were right. It's the same man, the head man in German intelligence. He went to New York 4 months ago.
Good.
And you know the rest. 9 days ago, he wired Berlin to send a woman agent to help him in New York. He was very specific as to size, height, and weight. I know you fit the measurements, but you can't do it.
Well, how do I look?
Karen, don't, please.
Changing places with Elsa Frung is too good to miss. You are sure you've got all of her papers?
Yes. Passport, identification, travel permit, ticket to Paris, change at Lisbon for Pan American Flight 377.
And you are positive Strassner has never seen her?
I don't know. That's another reason why you shouldn't go.
It's a risk I'll have to take. Come on. You can tell me the rest on the way to the airport.
I wrote a complete description of Elsa Frung in my report.
When I've memorized it, I'll either eat it or burn it.
Karen, I wish you wouldn't go.
I've got to go.
Strassner's a maniac.
Have you ever seen him?
Yes, once. He's small. Very small for a man. Fair hair, never drinks nor smokes. Personal friend of Himmler's.
Oh?
Very clever at disguising himself. Does all sorts of things with his voice. Ventriloquism. He's Oh, well, I suppose it's no use. If you're going, you're going.
Admiral Strassner has been in New York 4 months. He wouldn't go at all except for something of the most vital importance. Believe me, the risk is worth it.
Your first mistake will be your last. I will drive you all the way to the airport. You can walk from here. Put on that coat. The cold wind.
Shall I contact our man in New York?
Immediately you arrive. Bryant on Madison Avenue. You know him.
Yes. Well, goodbye, dear friend.
God bless you, Karen. Good luck.
Elsa Frung, 28, blonde hair, blue eyes. Marseille, 1935, Berlin, 1939. My name is Elsa Frung. My age is 28. I must be drab, no makeup, no nail polish. I must disguise my mind, my heart, my body. I studied the farmer's report over and over from Lisbon to New York. From LaGuardia, I take a taxi to the Bryant's Art Galleries on Madison Avenue. This is our contact. The saleswoman stares when I ask for Mr. Bryant personally. And at last, I am alone with him in his office. I can stop being Elsa Frung. Have you anything new on Admiral Strassner, Mr. Bryant?
Only that we know he has in his possession something of vital importance to this country.
What?
We don't know.
Have you his address?
I'll write it down for you. Here.
Park Avenue.
He's using the apartment of a friend, the Baron Henrik von Weil.
And who is von Weil?
We've never seen him.
What else can you tell me?
Strassner is sailing on the Europa for Germany 2 weeks from tonight.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't leave unless he had what he came for.
And he wouldn't come at all unless it was for something very big.
Right.
Have the operators seen the German Lloyd boats?
A steward named Martindale on the Europa. An orchestra leader named Borland on the Bremen. Incidentally, we plan to kill Strassner rather than let him sail.
You'll do nothing of the sort. I've come 3,000 miles to pose as Admiral Strassner's assistant.
But we can't let him get away.
Recovering whatever it is he's stolen is more important than killing him. I understand that I am in charge of the case.
Well, naturally.
Then do nothing until you hear from me. I'll go up to Admiral Strassner now. Yes, I'm looking for Admiral Strassner.
Admiral Strassner moved away from here.
Where?
I don't know. This is Baron von Weil's apartment.
Then let me speak to him.
Baron von Weil passed away 2 days ago.
Oh. I'm Elsa Frung. Who are you?
Come in, please. So, you are Elsa Frung. Why didn't you say so? Let me see your papers.
I will show my papers to no one but Admiral Strassner. I'm surprised to learn he has moved.
Come this way.
No, I'm sorry. I will leave.
Come this way, I said.
I don't understand.
You will. In here, please. She's here. Go in.
So, you finally got here. It took you long enough.
You are...
Wilhelm Strassner, at your service, Fräulein Frung. Turn around, please. Why are you startled? Have you never seen a coffin before? Don't look so nervous. There's nobody in it. As yet. I think she'll do nicely for her.
At least she's the right size.
Admiral Strassner, I don't understand this. I'm sure it is amusing.
Be quiet. I'll explain when I'm ready. Get the clothes fryer.
Yes, Admiral Strassner.
Your papers, please. Thank you. Passport, identification, the number.
One more than the date.
Which is?
7.
Good. Hurry with those clothes, Friar. So you are the famous Elsa Frung, eh?
Yes, but this coffin, what is it for?
It's a very special coffin. Look, I'll show you. Beautiful, isn't it? White satin pillow, lining, an air hole so I can breathe. Solid bronze. It can be locked inside by the corpse or outside by the pallbearer. Friar!
All right, I have them. And if they don't fit, it's not my fault. I'm not a dressmaker.
Hold them up to her.
But, Admiral, these clothes are for a funeral.
Yes, Fräulein, mine. You will be my widow and my Leichenbegleiter.
I am to guard a corpse?
Me. They'll do, Friar. Widow's weeds don't have to fit. And be sure they're plenty long and the veil heavy. Use 2 thicknesses for the veil.
Yes, Admiral Strassner.
Don't go, Friar. Wait. Fräulein, my plans have had to be changed. You and I are sailing on the Bremen this evening.
Tonight?
I happen to know that American intelligence here would rather kill me than let me leave. They think I am sailing on the Europa 2 weeks from now. Instead, we sail tonight. I'm going aboard the Bremen as a corpse in that coffin. We will leave here in 2 hours. You have that long to get ready. Through there's a bedroom and a bath. You may wash and rest, then change into these clothes.
Yes, Admiral Strassner.
That is all. Leave us. Well, Friar, what do you think?
Don't take her. Take me. Why should I be left behind?
Stop it, Friar. Now, remember, I will phone you from the Bremen the night before it docks. Unless it is my voice, you will do nothing.
Your voice. You have 1,000.
Oh, surely you will recognize me, friend?
Oh, yes. I'll recognize you.
Only when you get spoken instructions from me will you destroy the duplicates. Is that clear?
Lighten the glider, a corpse accompanier, the long black widow's wreaths. He had thought of everything. Death certificate, a bill marked paid in full from one of the best funeral parlors in New York. I was now Frau Hedwig von Weil, mourning the husband whose body she was taking back to Germany for burial. 5 silent Germans carried it at Pier 60 where the Bremen sailed. The captain of the great ship himself met me at the gangplank.
My respects, Frau von Weil. I am Captain Edward von Spiegel. Everything has been arranged.
Danke, Herr Captain.
If the forebears will proceed us.
Would you please, gentlemen?
May I offer you my arm, Frau von Weil?
Thank you, Captain. Strassner had managed the impossible. A first-class stateroom on the Bremen for a coffin, an A-deck cabin, and filled with flowers. The cabin door shut out the noise of its transatlantic sailing, the champagne, the streamers, and the last-minute goodbye. It was not until we were in the open sea that the coffin opened.
Well, my first successful impersonation of a corpse.
I am stunned that you could manage it. The flowers, the pallbearers, even the captain.
Captain von Spiegel is one of the most trusted operators in German intelligence. Now telephone for your dinner to be served in the cabin. I'm hungry.
Meals were served in the cabin. One meal, ordered by me, intended for me, eaten by him. He'd leave me a few scraps, a roll, a mouthful of cold coffee. The portholes were closed and draped. At the end of 4 days, I was so hungry, I was weak. He could get into the coffin and close the lid in less than 5 seconds. Whenever there was a knock at the door, we went through the same grotesque performance.
Wait. Say just a minute.
Just a minute.
Lower your veil when you answer the door. I told you that.
Yes.
I'm ready. Lower the lid quietly.
Yes.
The captain's compliment, Frau von Weiler. And would you do him the honor of dining privately with him in his cabin?
Oh, danke, my Fräulein. Give Captain von Spiegel my regrets and thanks. But I prefer to be alone.
All right. She's gone.
Get out of those clothes.
What?
I wish to telephone New York. It would be dangerous to use the phone in this cabin. A corpse should not talk, nor should a widow have her husband's voice. We arranged that on the 5th night out, the captain would invite me to dinner when the coast was clear.
Invite you to dinner?
I cannot explain everything you do not understand, Fräulein. You can change in the bathroom, put on a dress, put on anything. I want your clothes.
About this man was danger. Otherwise, it would have been funny. I changed into one of Elsa Frank's drab black dresses. He put on the long, loose-fitting widow's wreaths. Now I realized why my size had been so important. He was a small man, and the clothes fit him. With the veil down, it was just unbelievable.
Well, how do I look?
You'll never get away with it. If someone speaks to you, another passenger, a member of the crew...
I've played many parts in this business, Fräulein. Young men, old men, even women. Your vocal quality is very interesting, but rather hard to get.
Do you mean to say you can impersonate my voice?
If necessary.
Do you mean to say you can impersonate my voice? I am Frauenweil from Berlin. That is I am convinced there is no danger. It would be funny if it
For
wasn't...
2 weeks, I impersonated quite a famous Russian actress. She was a great artist. Uspenskaya.
Since there is nothing I can do to convince you, I will say nothing more. Nevertheless, it is possible to fool all of the people all of the time.
How is that?
It's fantastic.
See if anyone is outside the door.
All right. There is a stewardess down the corridor.
Then listen. We'll see how she reacts. Lock the door after I leave. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Ach, guten Abend, Frau von Weiler. A little air, huh?
I am dining with Captain von Spiegel after all. B. Oh, here it is. Bolland, Ray, Orchestra, 502.
Hello?
Mr. Bolland.
Yes?
Ray Bolland, the orchestra leader.
Yes, who's this?
A friend with a plain white visiting card.
A grain of wheat?
Glued in the center.
The farmer?
Yes. Can you come to Ada cabin 7-1 right away? It's urgent.
Right away.
And please, bring me something to eat. A sandwich, anything. Just hurry.
Captain von Spiegel, I have no sense of humor. I do not enjoy masquerading as a woman. Will you please place my call to New York?
Certainly, Admiral Strassner. I meant no offense.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Ask who it is. Don't open the door.
Yeah?
Mr. Borland just went to cabin 71 on A deck, Captain.
All right, Franz.
What's he mean? 71 is my cabin. Who is Borland?
The orchestra leader. 4 hours ago, we got a code cable from Berlin warning us about him. An American agent. I detailed the steward to keep an eye on him.
I rather think Elsa Froome can take care of him. Put my call through, and then I'll get back.
Right. Captain von Spiegel, get me ship to shore, McKay, New York. Sacramento 20098. Right. She'll call me back.
It will be long?
No.
Elsa may be in trouble. Tell the operator to hurry.
Do you want any help with Borland?
I'll take care of him personally.
Now, you'll be careful. While this ship is technically German territory, we can't allow anything to bleed.
I assure you, Captain, Mr. Borland's treatment will be anything but blatant. Tell the operator to hurry that call.
Careful. Don't dirty the lining. White satin marks easily, and he notices everything.
Whatever it is isn't in the coffin.
Then he's carrying it on his person.
Well, there isn't much time. We dock tomorrow morning at 7, you know.
I know he's carrying something. Something of the most vital importance. Mr. Bolland, we have never seen each other before. But we are partners.
I'll do
in
anything
something.
you say.
You say 2 of the farmer's men will meet the ship?
Yeah, they're stationed at Bremerhaven. They meet me every voyage.
Admiral Strassner must not get off this boat alive.
You want me to...
One of us must.
All right, how?
We can't search his person unless he's dead. Have you a weapon?
Yeah, small automatic with a silencer. Do you want it?
No. I'll say I'm ill and send for a doctor. Then you must try to do...
Elsa, open the door.
He's back. Hide.
Where?
In the bathroom. Quickly. Get in the shower and pull the curtains. Hurry.
Right.
Shut the door and be quiet.
Elsa, hurry.
Coming.
Thank you, Elsa. Where is he?
Who?
Don't be coy, Elsa. Where is he?
I don't know what you mean.
The steward saw him come into this cabin. Borland, the orchestra leader.
The steward was mistaken.
Berlin cabled about him. He's an enemy agent.
I
I don't know what you're saying. There hasn't been anybody
So
here.
you thought you'd play it both ways, huh?
Admiral Strassner, I
I've
swear
been
that...
standing at that door for 2 minutes. I heard you talking to him. Admiral Strassner must not get off this boat alive. Indeed. Now, where did he go? Oh, but of course, the bathroom. Then we shall lock him in for a moment, yes? And I will deal with you first. Yes, I will deal with you first. Don't say anything, Elsa. Just get in the coffin.
What?
Get inside.
You're not serious.
I know what you are and who you are. Get into that coffin.
I won't. Let go of me. Let me go.
Suffocation is not a painful death.
Please. You don't know what you're doing. Let me go. You maniac. No!
You, my dear Elsa, will be the corpse, and I shall become the widow. There, the pillow over your face. Oh, yes, blanket. To make quite sure you can't breathe. It'll be a slow, warm death, Elsa. Sleep well. Mr. Borland, I know you're in there. I have a gun. I shall open the door, then I shall count 5. Exactly on the word 5, you will come out with your hands raised. I will unlock the door, Mr. Borland.
Elsa! Elsa, I'm locked in. Elsa! Elsa! Elsa, are you in that coffin? I can't get it open. Elsa! Elsa, I'll have to get help. It'd take a crowbar to get this thing open. Elsa, I'll have to give this away. Oh, thank God. Help me out. Quickly.
All right, put your arm over my shoulder.
There we are. Is he dead?
Yeah.
Search him quickly.
All right, take off his shoes.
All right.
Wait a minute. There's something here under his arm. I have to tear the sleeves. That matter?
No.
All right. Something taped to his body.
Oh, an envelope. Wrapped in old skin.
Yeah, what do we do now?
Get rid of his body.
In the coffin?
No.
What?
I've got a plan. Open the porthole quickly.
You mean throw him overboard?
Please don't ask questions. I know what I'm doing. He's a small man. Open the porthole quickly.
Right. Here we are. All right.
Can you manage it?
He's not heavy.
Hat first. Hat first.
There.
Oh.
They've seen him.
In the coffin, quick.
But I don't understand.
The captain knows about you. German intelligence sent a cable warning him about the man named Borland. Get in. For 2 hours, the ship was in an uproar. Boats were lowered. They searched the black, heaving Atlantic. Then they had a full ship's roll call, as I knew they would. Mr. Borland, of course, was missing. The captain looked at me with knowing eyes. Admiral Strassner was naturally not missed at the roll call. Corpses were not counted. The next morning, I ordered breakfast sent up as usual. Mr. Borland was very kind. He let me eat all of it. My first good meal in 5 days. Then we closed the coffin. 5 members of the crew were pallbearers. Again, the captain arranged everything. They were about to carry the coffin down the gangplank when the customs men spoke to me. I am sorry, Frau von Weil. Even with the death certificate, we cannot allow a coffin to customs without opening it. Oh, bitte, I beg of you, show some consideration for a widow's grief. It is impossible. I am sorry. Oh, gentlemen, please, I beg of you, I beseech you, to this stabbed the dead man.
Excuse me, Frau von Weil. Something the matter.
Oh, Captain von Spiegel, I please, may I speak to you alone a moment?
Certainly. Come this way. No tears. No tears. What is it?
They want to open it.
Were you responsible for Borland?
Admiral Strassner threw him overboard. And if they open that coffin, they'll tell with one look that Admiral Strassner is very much alive.
Leave it to me. Gentlemen, I am sure that no customs official would be so silly as to question the personal guarantee of Edward von Spiegel, captain of the Bremen.
So, Farmer, we got off the boat.
You did splendidly, Karen. You too, Borland. Thank you, sir.
And now, may I ask what Admiral Strassner was carrying?
Yes. The detailed plans of the P-38 fighter.
May I look?
Certainly.
Addressed to Wilhelm Messerschmitt, Air Ministry, Berlin.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in the new NBC presentation, Top Secret. And here she is to tell you about next week's show.
Next week's story concerns a blind beggar in the bazaar of the Singing Fountain in Tangiers, and a little boy of 10 with gray hair. It is a story that has been, until now, top secret.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in the new NBC transcribed presentation, Top Secret. The script was written, directed, and produced by Harry W. Junkin. Featured with Miss Massey was Ralph Bell as Admiral Strassner. Others in the cast were Scott Tennyson, Leon Janney, Louis Van Rooten, Connie Lemke, and Lionel Wilson. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. This is Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
As the old morning bugle call of the covered wagon trains fades away among the echoes, another true Death Valley Days story is presented for your entertainment by the Pacific Coast Borax Company, producers of that famous family of products, 20 Mule Team Borax, 20 Mule Team Borax Soap Chips, and Boraxo. Well, old Ranger, what's the story about tonight?
Yes, sir, it's a story about one of the worst bandit gangs that ever operated in the Southwest. And how the Texas Rangers finally cleaned them up, lock, stock, and barrel.
Oh, a cleanup story. Well, that fits in perfectly with my announcement. For where there's any cleaning up to be done, 20 Mule Team Borax will do it quickly and easily. Take the bathroom, for example. The tub, wash basin, chromium fixtures, mirrors, tile or linoleum floors all can be kept spick and span with 20 Mule Team Borax. And since 20 Mule Team Borax doesn't contain soap, it cleans without leaving any soapy film or gritty sediment. And you'll find 20 Mule Team Borax just as helpful in the kitchen, too. A little borax and a damp cloth will help keep your refrigerator fresh and sweet-smelling. In fact, all your food containers, bread and cake boxes, chopping bowls, pantries, and cupboards should be washed regularly with 20 Mule Team Borax and warm water. Of course, 20 Mule Team Borax has many uses in the laundry, the nursery, and in all parts of the house. That's why so many housewives depend on 20 Mule Team Borax to help them with all of their cleaning. And that's why they always keep a supply of 20 Mule Team Borax on hand. One package in the kitchen, another in the bathroom, and a third in the laundry. With spring cleaning almost here, you'll want to take advantage of the extra help 20 Mule Team Borax gives you. So next time you go shopping, get a supply of 20 Mule Team Borax. Thank you. And now, old Ranger, let's get back to your cleanup story.
Well, Dresser, this is the true story of Sam Bass, sometimes called the Robin Hood of Texas. But I want to say right now that Sam Bass was no Robin Hood. He wasn't much different than any modern gangster. He started out with the same chance to be an honest American citizen, but he ended up one of the most feared train robbers in the whole Southwest. The strange part of it was that in his youth, Sam Bass was nicknamed Honest Eve and had a job working for Sheriff Dad Egan of Denton County. But later, he fell in with Joel Collins and his gang and started robbing stagecoaches. But popular belief to the contrary, they found there wasn't much money in that, so they decided to hold up a Union Pacific train. On September 18th, 1877, Joel Collins and Sam Bass, with 4 more companions, rode into Big Springs, Texas, about sundown. That night, a few minutes before old number 4 was due to come puffing into town, the 6 train robbers was ready for it.
Here she comes, boys. Hey, Sam Bass.
What is it, Cap?
Have you got that station agent's hands tied up good?
Sure have.
All right, boys. See that your bandanas is tied good and firm. We don't want no one to see our faces.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, mine's on good and firm. Mine, too.
Now, don't forget. Every man has his work to do. Me and Bill will tackle the engineer and fireman. Jim and Tom, what's your job?
We'll grab the conductor and then stand guard while you bring up the engineer.
That's right. Sam, you and Jack got the most important jobs. You got to get into that express car where the gold is.
Don't worry, Cap. We'll get in if we have to tear the door down with our teeth.
All right, boys, get it. Here she is. Now, give us some hot lead, boys.
All right, station agent. Remember, if you cross me, I'm going to put this gun right down your throat. Which is the express car? The second one. All right, come on. Jack, push the gun this rib and make a move.
Oh, don't shoot. I'll do whatever you say.
All right. Now holler in at that express messenger. Tell him to open the door. Hey, Charlie. Charlie Miller. Open the door. Who is it? It's me, George Barnhart. Open up. What was that shooting outside? Now, that was nothing. A couple of the boys were a little high. Tell them you got a package. I got a package for you, Charlie. All right. I'm opening up. Put up your hands and keep them up. What the devil? It's a hold-up. Get up there, Jack. Get off this car out. Oh, don't hurt him, Jack. He's got to open that safe for us.
Hey, did you get that express car open?
Yeah, it's open. Come on, help look for money. Here, give me a hand, Jack.
Hey,
thanks. See any money?
Not yet. Where's your money, agent?
I ain't got nothing valuable with me. Hey, you wouldn't lie, would you? Hey, what's this? Look, Jack, safe is open.
Shucks, this is like taking candy from a baby.
Hey, look there. Paper money. Must be $400 or $500.
Oh, did you find anything, Sam?
Sure. Climb in.
I'm coming.
Look, Cap. Safe is open.
Yeah, that safe's no good. Here's the safe we want to get into. This is a through safe from San Francisco. It's probably full of gold.
Open that safe, you coyote, before I let a big chunk of daylight through you.
Hurry up about it, Agent.
I can't open that safe. It's got a time lock. It won't open till it gets to Omaha.
Don't give us that kind of stuff. Open that safe.
On my solemn word, I swear I can't open that safe. Here's my papers to prove it.
What's he talking about, Cap? I'm going to shoot him in the leg. Wait a minute. Don't hurt him. He's telling the truth. These papers show that safe is locked for keeps. Can't open it. So let him alone.
Hey, wait a minute. What's in those 3 boxes? Hey, you. What's in those boxes? I don't know. Probably lead cast. Oh, we'll see about that. Hey, Cat, give me a hand. This box is heavy as a house.
All right. Lift her up and drop us. That ought to crack it.
Well, I'm a ring-tailed monkey. Look, Cap, it's $20 gold pieces.
Grab those boxes and let's go, boys. We're rich.
Well, Joel Collins was right. They was rich. They got $60,000 in gold off that Union Pacific train. The only trouble was, one of the gang lost his bandana in the getaway, and M.F. Leach, a storekeeper who had sold it to him, recognized it. He trailed the bandits all by himself, and one night, while they were gathered round their campfire, Leach crawled up behind a clump of mesquite and saw him divide the gold.
That's all of it. Divided up square and equal. $10,000 apiece.
Boys, we're on easy street for life. That away clean as a whistle. Well, don't none of us be too sure of that. We still ain't out of hot water.
That's right, Sam. We all got to be on our guard. And the best thing for us to do is split up in pairs and separate.
Hey, it's a good idea, Cap. Posse will be looking for 6 of us in a bunch. We can make our getaway better in couples. That suits me. I'm going back to Missouri. I promised my wife I'd bring her home a hat full of gold from this country, and I'm doing it.
And I'm going back to Danton County.
Me too, Jack. Got a lot of friends there. I know plenty of places to hide out.
Just one thing before we separate that we got to do.
Hey, what's that?
We got to take an oath never to squeal and never to be taken alive.
I'm for that. Me too.
All right, Sam. You take the oath first, then.
All right. How'd I do it?
Just say, I swear I will never reveal to anybody the names of the men who helped hold up the UP train.
I swear that I'll never reveal to you.
But they didn't know that even while they was discussing their plans and swearing eternal silence, the storekeeper, Mr. Leach, was listening and watching. Next day, he wired the express office in Omaha a description of the 6 men and the roads they'd be traveling. In a few days, 3 of the men was dead, shot down by a posse. But Sam Bass escaped to Denton County and organized a new gang of bandits. He hid out near Cove Holler, and a farmer named Jim Murphy often bought food for Sam or gave him shelter in his house in exchange for UP double eagles. But finally, Jim Murphy was arrested for protecting and assisting Sam and his men. They put him on a train to take him to Tyler. Some say Murphy was a yellow dog, and some say he was a brave man who risked his life to help rid Texas of a dangerous outlaw. But anyway, on the train, Murphy thought of a way he could save his own neck.
Now listen, Jim. Why don't you do the smart thing and tell me everything you know about Sam Bass?
I've told you all I know, Marshal. I don't know where he is. I'm not one of his gang.
All right, my lad. I guess you'll just have to serve your time, then.
Oh, don't say that, Marshal. I want to help. Now, listen. I've got a plan.
Well, talk fast. You'll soon be in Tyler, and once I lock you up, I'm through with you.
If I help the government catch Sam Bass, will you drop the charges against me and my father and brother?
No, I can't promise you anything like that. That's up to the district attorney.
But look, I can join Sam Bass's gang. I know I can. He's looking for me. Suppose you fix it up so I can go free for a while. I'll join Bass and find out where the gang is going to stage another holdup. Then I'll get word to you or the Texas Rangers to make them capture him. If I do that, will you hit me off?
You mean what you say? Have you got nerve enough to try a thing like that, or you're just lying to try to get away?
I'll do it. I swear I will. If the district attorney will drop those charges.
Well, I'll talk it over with him. Maybe you'll see it your way, but mind you, I don't make any promise.
Well, the district attorney agreed to the plan Jim Murphy outlined, and to make it still easier for Murphy to join Bass, they fixed it so it'd look like Murphy had jumped his bond and run away. So, a few weeks after Murphy joined up with Bass and his outfit, Murphy sent word to U.S. Marshal Johnson that Sam Bass was going to hold up the bank at Round Rock. By this time, Sam and his men were camped near a cemetery outside of town, ready for the big holdup. Sam had already looked the bank over and gotten the lay of the town. While they was waiting for their horses to get a good rest, Sam, Frank Jackson, and Seaborn Barnes rode into town one day for a drink.
Howdy, strangers. What do you have? A red eye. Leave us a bottle. Yes, sir. Here you are. What's yours, sir?
I'll take the thing. What's yours, Sam?
Give me a cigar. You mean you don't want a drink, Sam?
Not right now.
Maybe later.
All right, bartender. Vamoose. Vamoose. We got business to talk over. We don't need your help.
Yes, sir. Well, I guess I can take a hint. Just holler if you need it.
Don't pour too much of that stuff in you, boys. Then we got a job to pull first thing in the morning. I don't want you nursing hangovers.
Yeah, then you better help us empty the bottle, Sam.
No, thanks. I'll wait a while.
If you don't want a drink, Pod, why did you come in here?
Yeah. See that gal over there by the piano?
You mean the redhead?
No, the yellow-haired dog. Oh, you mean that scrawny one? What do you mean, scrawny? She's slim and pretty, and she's a friend of mine.
A friend of yours?
Sam, you ain't fell for no skirt, have you? Will you two mavericks stop yapping a minute? This gal's all right. She comes from Indiana. That's where I come from.
You mean she knows you? We better get out of here.
What's the matter with you, Frank? You turning yellow?
No, of course not.
You sound like Jim Murphy. I ain't ashamed of who I am. I'll tell anybody who I am if they want to know.
Hey, now wait a minute, Sam. You know I'm only thinking of your own health. All Jim Murphy worries about is his own skin.
Hey, where is that guy? We left him at the blacksmith's in Old Town, getting his horse shot. Well, when you finish your drink, go out and round him up. I don't trust him very far out of my sight. We should have killed Murphy that time at Frankfurt when we heard he was a spy. I never believed that story. Anyway, they'll never put a rope around Sam Bass's neck. We rode right through that yellow leg ambush at Salt Creek, didn't we? This newfangled ranger outfit can't stop us neither.
Don't forget, Sam, them cavalry fellows was Easterners. The Texas Rangers is ex-cowboys, and they can shoot.
Now, let's forget about them ranger coyotes. Now, listen, Sam. What about this yellow-haired gal? Where did she come into this picture? Well, I met her in here a couple of days ago when I come into town as far as up the bank. Heard her singing a song, and I liked her, and I liked the song. That's why I come in here. And I want you fellas to hear that song.
Well, I ain't much of a judge of singing.
Me neither. Well, I am. And this is a darn good song, because it's about me.
Huh? What's that?
I thought that'd make you sit up. Hey, Annie, come over here, gal. I never knew before, Sam, that you was a music lover.
That's good. A music lover.
Hey, you're getting drunk, Frank. Watch yourself.
Howdy. What can I do for you?
Hello. You have a drink?
Okay, I'll take a beer.
One beer for the lady.
Are these your cards?
Yeah. Boys, meet Miss Annie.
Hello, miss.
Howdy. Now, I was in here a couple of days ago. You remember me?
Well, I sure do. Wouldn't expect me to forget a handsome figure like yourself, would you?
You ought to see his bow legs, miss.
That's enough, Frank. Apologize to the lady for skinning you alive.
Oh, why, sure, Sam. I didn't mean nothing. But what am I apologizing for?
A gent don't talk about legs in front of a lady. You meant limbs.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, miss. I apologize. I meant you'd ought to see his bow limbs.
Never mind my legs. Limbs, I mean. You better leave that liquor alone.
If you gents are going to fight, excuse me.
Well, don't go away, miss. I'm sorry. Listen, Annie, you recollect that song you sang the night I was here before?
Say, I sung over 50 songs that night.
I mean the one about that hold-up fella, the one who tapped the UP at Big Springs.
Oh, you mean Sam Bass?
Yeah, that's the one. Funny I forgot that name.
You want me to sing it again? Is that it?
Sure. Would you do that? And,
Here's a little something for your trouble.
Oh, thanks. What? Why, this is a $20 gold piece.
Sure. You ever seen one before?
Not many. Say, you don't need to give me that. Just a song.
It's all right, miss. It's worth $20 to have a pretty gal like you sing a song special just for me.
Stranger, you and me ought to get better acquainted. What's your name?
Well, that, miss, is a very personal question. Suppose you just imagine I ain't got a name.
Oh, of course, if you want it that way.
That's the way I want it. Now, let's hear that song.
Hey, Jerry, pull yourself together and tackle that piano. Give me the tune for that song about Sam Bass.
Hey, Sam, I thought you said you was low on cash. I am. There was the last UP gold. And you toss it to that gal for a song, sure. There's plenty more where this comes from.
Hey, that's right. What's $20?
Yeah, sure. Have a drink, Sam. Come on.
Sam Bass was born in Indiana. It was his native home. And at the age of 17, young Sam began to roam. He first came out to Texas, a cowboy for to be. A kinder-hearted fellow you seldom ever see. Sam used to deal in race stock, what's called the Denton mare. He matched her in scrub races and took her to the fair. Sam used to coin the money and spend it just as free. He always drank good whiskey wherever he might go. And left the Holland Ranch in the merry month of May with a herd of Texas cattle, the Black Hills for to see. Sold out in Cluster City and then got on a spree. A harder set of cowboy you seldom ever see. On the way back to Texas, they robbed the UP train and then split up in couples and started out again. Joe Collins was his partner, were overtaken soon. With all their hard-earned money, they had to meet their doom. Sam made it back to Texas, all right side up with hair. Rode into the town of Denton with all his friends to share.
Over there singing, cut it short. Hey, who do you think you are?
The young ladies are singing to us.
I'm sorry about that, and I got to talk to you, strangers. I understand you're carrying guns. I'm Deputy Sheriff Grimes.
Say, you got a nerve stopping me like that.
Don't give me no back talk, Annie. I allowed once before how I'd run you out of town. Hold on there, Grimes. You get mighty tough with females, don't you? Seeing as how you're so free with my name, stranger, what might yourn be? I reckon it ain't none of your business. What's the matter? You ashamed of it? No, I'm proud of it. My name's Sam Bass. Reach for the ceiling, Sheriff.
Are you all right?
Sure, I'm all right. Is he dead? He's dead as a doornail. I'm sorry about that. He's the first man I ever killed. But he started to shoot when I had him covered. Look out, Sam. Here comes another deputy across the street. I can see his badge. Get out the back door, Barney. Lead our horses around the side.
I'm on my way.
If anybody gets in your way, plug him. Hey, Sam, did you ever see a place empty out as fast in your life? There must have been 50 fellas in here 2 minutes ago, and now there ain't nobody but the dead sheriff. Yeah, and here comes another one looking for trouble. You mean here goes another one? You shouldn't have shot him like that in that bright sunlight. He couldn't see us even. We're going to have a fight on our hands getting out of this town. We done it before, so I reckon we can do it again. Come on. Hey, you head toward the alley, and I'll follow you backing up shooting as I go. Sounds all right to me. What's that? Sounds like a bugle call. Let's get out of here fast. Good gosh. Look at that dust cloud down the road. What is it? Yellow legs? Empty cavalry. Must be rangers. Look out, Sam. There's a fellow with a shotgun. I got him, Sam.
Yeah. He got me, too. I'm shot in the side.
Hang on to me. You'll be all right when you get on your horse. There's Barney with our horses now. Come on. I'll hold you up. We can still make it.
Thanks, Frank. I'll be all right when I get on that cayuse of mine.
What's the matter? Sam is shot. Hold that horse steady.
Look out! Look out! It's a bird on the roof.
Easy, Sam. Up you go.
I'm hurt.
pretty bad. You're all right, Sam. Come on. They want shooting. We've given them money's worth. Come on.
But Sam wasn't all right. He was dying. Barnes was shot and killed before he could mount his horse. Sam and Jackson, his closest friend, escaped out of town and outrode a posse that followed him. But Sam made Jackson go on and leave him hidden in a live oak grove. He knew he was dying, but he wanted his friend Jackson to escape. The Texas Rangers found him breathing his last. He died, refusing to name any of his companions in his various robberies. 2 days later, he was buried in the town's little cemetery beside Seaborn Barnes and Deputy Grimes, who had already been laid to rest. There were a handful of men and one woman at that strange burial. One woman was Annie, the dance hall gal.
Let him down easy, boys. He's paid for his sins. Yeah, and I gotta hand it to him. He was game to the very last. Did you hear the Ranger's question? Sure did. He couldn't pry a thing out of him. He stuck by his pals all right. Yeah, but it's a good thing the state is rid of them. Those bad men gotta go. They're giving Texas a bad name. That's right.
Excuse me, Mr. Hobbs. Do you think the preacher would mind if I spoke to him before he says his prayer?
Well, I don't think so, Annie. Oh, Parson Withers. Annie here wishes to say a word to you before you make the funeral sermon.
Well, what is it, sister?
Well, there was a song he liked awful well. Mr. Bass, I mean. I'd like to sing it to him before they throw the dirt on his coffin.
What sort of a song, sister?
It was a song about him. And now that he's dead, I've written some special verses to it.
Let her sing it, Parson.
I brought Joey along with his guitar to accompany me. Mr. Bass would have liked it. I know he would.
Very well, sister. You may sing.
Thank you, Parson. Go ahead, Joey. Sam met his fate at Randlock, July the 21st. They peaked for sunlit right above and emptied out his purse. For Sam is a corpse now and 6 feet underground, and Jackson's in the bushes trying to get away. Immerse barked and good girl and didn't want to pay. The only shot he saw was to give for Sam away. He told us Sam and Barnes and left their friends to man. Oh, what a fortune him will get when Gabriel blows his horn. And so he sold out Jim and Barnes and left their friends to mourn. Oh, what a fortune him will get when Gabriel blows his horn. Perhaps he's gone to heaven. There's never rest and say. But if I'm right in my surmise, he's gone the other way.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today to plead forgiveness for this poor creature who lies here at our feet, broken and disgraced. We know that you, in your wisdom and everlasting...
Hey, look over there. Who's that riding in the graveyard on horseback?
I don't know. You'd think whoever he is, he'd have a little respect for the dead.
He's heading right this way.
Now, that's Dan.
Goodbye, Sam. Here's flowers from your old pal. It's Jackson. Sam Bass's best friend.
And so ends another of the Old Ranger's true stories of Death Valley days, made possible by your regular purchases of 20 Mule Team Borax, 20 Mule Team Borax soap chips, and Baraxo. Since this started out as a cleanup program, we'd like to say a few words about Baraxo, the modern hand soap that cleans dirty hands. We're sure that every member of the family will like Baraxo because it not only helps remove all kinds of dirt, but it leaves the hands feeling soft and smooth. That's because Baraxo is a special combination of fine toilet soap and pure borax in powder form. There's no grit or caustic in Baraxo, nothing to roughen or redden the hands. Best of all, Baraxo works quickly and efficiently in any kind of water, hot or cold, hard or soft. And its rich, creamy lather gets right down into pores and creases, under fingernails, and floats out dirt. If your family hasn't tried Baraxo, get a few cans tomorrow and see how enthusiastic they'll become over this new, modern hand cleaner. Put a can of Baraxo in the garage or basement for Dad. You'll soon find that Baraxo helps remove automobile grease and oil or ground-in garden dirt. Set a can of Baraxo in the bathroom for the children. They'll be delighted at the quick, easy way Baraxo removes stubborn play dirt from hands, elbows, and knees. Finally, keep a can of Baraxo on the sink. You'll find it's just the thing to help remove kitchen stains and odors from your hands. Baraxo is packed in a smart-looking red, white, and black metal can with a handy pour top. It's on sale at grocery, drug, and department stores. Remember, Baraxo cleans dirty hands quickly and gently. Now, let's hear what the old ranger has in store for next Tuesday.
Well, Dresser, although most folks don't know it, a piece of the famous Plymouth Rock is set in the brick wall of the courthouse of the Death Valley mining town. How this rock got there and what it means makes a mighty interesting story. I hope that all the school children will be listening in because I'm sure they'll enjoy this unusual program. Remember, folks, next Tuesday evening at 9 o'clock.
Death Valley Days, announced by Dresser Dawson, has come to you from San Francisco. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Vancouver, we present Episode 1 of The Kraken Wakes, a new serial adapted by Eric Cameron from the science fiction novel by John Wyndham. The Kraken Wakes, Episode 1.
What time is that, Mike?
6 bells, 11 p.m.
In a few days, this honeymoon cruise will be just a memory.
I could sneak up to the bridge and fiddle with the compass, so we'll circle the Azores for a while.
And get locked up in the bilge?
You mean the brig? The bilge is where... It's odd.
What?
Mars looks unusually red tonight.
I hope it isn't an omen.
Of course, being in the tropics, all the stars look brighter than they do at home.
It seems to be getting bigger.
It is getting bigger.
Look, there's another one. To the right of the first.
Well, there can't be 2 Marses.
There are 2. And another to the left, see? Glowing like red embers.
They must be a flight of jets. And that's a cloud of luminous exhaust we're seeing. My God, they're heading this way.
No, there are 4.
There are 5 now. They're huge. They're gliding down across the ship's wake.
The first one's diving into the water. 2 more are going in.
And you know how it can be with things of this nature, Mr. Watson. All sorts of fantastic stories make the rounds.
That's why I've come to see you, Captain Anderson. I'm a writer-broadcaster on the staff of the EBC, and I'm sure they'd be interested in a piece on last night's incident.
You mean BBC?
No, sir. EBC, English Broadcasting Company.
Oh.
It was formed 2 years ago, sir.
I see.
Now, every witness seems to have a different version, so I thought I'd check mine with your official one.
Oh, here's the entry in my log.
Thank you. Well, we seem to agree that there were 5 objects. Impossible to divine as to shape.
They registered on the ship's radar screens. That's why they're tentatively assumed to have been aircraft of an unknown type.
What's your own private opinion, Captain? Did you ever see anything at all like them before?
No. I never did, but...
But what?
Well, not for the record, Mr. Watson. I've heard of 2 instances, almost exactly similar, in the last year. For one time, it was 3 of the things by night. The other, it was half a dozen by daylight. Even so, they seem to have looked much the same. Just a kind of red fuzz. Both lots were in the Pacific.
You can't suggest an explanation I can quote.
On professional grounds, I prefer not. I'll just stick to my official log entry. We searched the spot for an hour last night, and not a trace of anything on the water.
Is there any point in dragging?
Oh, it's deep there. Over 3,000 fathoms.
Well, somebody will put together a theory one day.
You can be sure there'll be plenty of theories. Some strange things can still happen.
You never realized what you'd started, Mike, when you broadcast your story about the fireballs.
Look at this stack of mail. Over at EBC, I've been rechristened Fireball Watson.
Well, did you find anything worthwhile in the letters?
5 possibly have a reference to fireballs similar to those we saw from the ship. This letter's from Flight Lieutenant RAF, who's been grounded because they think he suffered some kind of hallucination. These 2 letters are from observatories that confess themselves puzzled by detecting small red bodies traveling at high speeds. But they're extremely guarded in their statements.
What's the next step?
Well, we'll keep on collecting and sifting as much information as we can get from any source. Sooner or later.
If we don't hurry, Mike, we'll never get seen.
Now, hang on, Phil. Look at this front page story. More fireballs.
I'd almost forgotten about them.
This is the first reported sighting in 10 months, a flight of 13. A radar station in Finland picked them up first, estimating their speed as 1,500 miles per hour.
What do they call them?
They're described simply as unidentified aircraft. The Swedes managed to spot them visually, describing them as small red dots. Norway confirmed, but estimated the speed at under 1,300 miles per hour.
It's time we made speed to the theater.
Wait. This is interesting. A Scottish station logged the fireballs at 1,000 miles per hour. A station in Ireland gave their speed as 800. A weather ship at about 65 degrees north calculated a speed close to 500. After that, they were not sighted again.
Presumably, they just plopped into the Atlantic.
Heavens, the way some people drive.
Oh, Mike, you didn't even look before starting across.
If I were heavily insured and had been flattened by that jag, the coroner might.
Your toast is getting cold, darling.
Uh-huh.
I used to be amused by cartoons showing husbands hidden behind a newspaper at the breakfast table, but
Listen
now...
to this, Phil. The United States Navy took a crack at a flight of 8 fireballs heading directly toward a cruiser when she was lying off Puerto Rico. The fireballs violated U.S. territory by crossing the island in a dead straight line and almost over the ship herself.
What did they shoot at them with?
Guided missiles. Through his glasses, the captain watched 6 of the red dots change as they burst, one after another, into big white puffs.
And Washington has sent a note of protest to Moscow.
You guessed it.
Well, what's the Russian reaction?
The Kremlin has rejected the U.S. note. It also claims that its own weapons have destroyed more than 20 of these unidentified craft over Soviet territory.
Which bounces the ball right back across the court. Well, if the Russians have been blowing up fireballs...
They say that, but no proof of it.
Then what's their game? The fireballs don't appear to do anything.
Well, at least nothing that anyone seems to know about.
Must be an awfully expensive experiment. There have been hundreds of the things in the last couple of years.
Yes, and every one a total write-off.
At least the fish can get a close look at them.
They might even awake the Kraken.
The what?
The Kraken. Don't you know that thing of Tennyson's? Below the thunders of the upper deep, far, far beneath in the abysmal sea, his ancient, dreamless, uninvaded sleep, the Kraken sleepeth.
Well, if there is such a monster as the Kraken, I hope I never meet up with it.
Heavens, look at the time. I have to charge down to the Admiralty.
What's happening there?
Freddie Whittier got a call the other day while I was on location. Captain Winters said the Admiralty appreciated the snippets of information that EBC has been passing along to them on the Fireball sightings. He suggested that since I'm more or less the EBC's expert on fireballs, I might be interested in examining what they've been able to put together. They're anxious to build up as complete a picture as possible, so we're going to...
In here, Mr. Watson.
So this is the map room, Captain?
One of several. Now, I must explain that while what I'm going to show you is not exactly an official secret, the Admiralty prefers that you not make public use of it yet. Do you agree to that condition?
Mum's the word.
Good. Well, I think we'll start with this map of the world. You see the hatching of fine lines all over it?
Looks like a spider's web.
Well, each line is numbered and dated. And here and there we have these clusters of red dots.
Uh-huh.
Now hold this magnifying glass over the area southeast of the Azores.
My first sighting, eh?
Correct. There are quite a number of other red dots in that area.
I take it each dot represents the descent of a fireball.
One or more. The lines, of course, are only for those on which we've had good enough information to plot the course. Now, stand back a bit, Mr. Watson. Narrow your eyes and get a light and shade impression of the map.
Yes, I see what you mean, Captain Winters. Areas of concentration.
5 main ones and a number of lesser. The densest of the lot to the southwest of Cuba. Another 600 miles south of the Cocos Islands. And pretty heavy concentrations off the Philippines, Japan, and the Aleutians. Anything else strike you?
No, I don't think so.
Well, take a look at this bathymetric chart.
All the concentrations are in deep water areas.
Exactly. There aren't many reports of descents where the depth is less than 4,000 fathoms, and none at all where it's less than 2,000.
So, just what?
Exactly. All descents. No reports of any fireballs coming up.
Have you any idea at all what all this means?
Well, as to theories, we have a number, but all unsatisfactory for one reason or another.
What about the Russians?
Oh, no. It's nothing to do with them. In fact, they're a lot more worried about it than we are. But what both we and the Russians are perfectly satisfied about is that these things are not natural phenomena, nor are they random.
The illustrious Sherlock Holmes used to say to my namesake, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Yes.
Which is to say that it's no terrestrial nation that's doing it.
That isn't the kind of solution I like.
You know, the bottom of the sea would be a very good place for visitors from outer space to hide, if one could manage the technical difficulties.
Well, undoubtedly, Mr. Watson, but among these technical difficulties happens to be pressure of 4 or 5 tons per square inch in the interesting areas.
The other obvious question is, of course, what they seem to be doing.
Yes.
Meaning, no clue.
They come. Maybe they go. But preponderantly, they come. That's about all.
Are you doing anything about it? Or shouldn't I ask?
Oh, well, that's why you're here. Yes, I was coming around to that. We're going to try an inspection. Just at the moment, it's not considered to be a matter for direct broadcast, nor even for publication, but there ought to be a competent record of it. So, if your EBC people happen to feel interested enough to send you along with some recording gear...
Well, where would it be?
Well, approximately in this area of the Caribbean, southwest of Cuba.
My wife has a passionate devotion to tropical sunshine, the West Indian kind in particular.
By all means, bring her along. Yes, I understand she's an experienced scriptwriter. Lieutenant Commander Powers will be in charge of the technical operations. Now, suppose we discuss the project with your director.
take up the tarpaulins now.
Aye, aye, sir.
It's just a big metal bell.
Don't let Commander Powers hear you. That's his baby.
Now, this instrument that you now see is what we call a bathyscope. The bathyscope has been constructed to resist a pressure approaching 2 tons to the square inch, giving it a theoretical floor of 1,500 fathoms. We do not propose to use it to a greater depth than 1,200 fathoms, just over 7,000 feet, thus providing for a safety factor of some 720 pounds to the square inch. Even at this, it will considerably surpass it. That is the present limit of our ability to make direct visual observations. However, we have in this other metal sphere a new instrument with which we hope to make observations at something like twice the depth attainable by the bathyscope. It's entirely automatic. In addition to registering pressures, temperature, currents, and so on, and transmitting the readings to the surface, it is equipped with small television cameras. We plan to start the manned descent at sunrise. 2 naval technicians, Petty Officers Wiseman and Trant, will be the bathyscope crew. As you all know, sunrise in the tropics comes bright and early. So I suggest that... Hello, bathyscope. All set to submerge.
Okay, sir. Lower away now.
Winch control, lower away.
I'd get claustrophobia squeezed into that tin can.
Well, they couldn't have picked a better day. Not a breath of wind.
Well, what happens now?
Well, we all go up to the bridge and watch the television screen. It's been rigged up as a kind of control center. It's likely to take a while before they get down.
Probably know, life in the sea exists in fairly well-defined levels. In the better inhabited strata, the water is full of plankton, which behaves like a continuous dust storm that obscures everything but creatures that approach very closely. The bathyscope is below those levels now, and in the strata where there is no plankton for food, and consequently there are few fish. Hello, bathyscope. All in order below there?
Aye, aye, sir.
Half mile coming up. Check.
498. 499. Now, half mile, sir.
500 fathoms.
There's something out this way. Keeping on the edge of the lake. A big thing. A concrete. Might be a giant squid. No, it can't be a whale, not down here.
Improbable, but not impossible.
Well, in that case, it's sheared off now anyway.
Well, from now on, it's all yours, lads. You sure you're quite happy down there?
Everything's working fine, sir. We'll go on?
All right. About 300 fathoms more to go. See anything now?
No, sir. All black and dead now. Now we can see something below. Luminous fish. Small shoal there. See?
Yes, we have them on the TV screen. Stopping you now, boys. 1,200 fathoms. Stop deck winch.
Well, whatever it was we came here to find, we've not found it.
The echogram gives the bottom hereabouts are still 3 miles or so below where the bathyscope is stopped. Hello there. Bathyscope. We're going to start you up now. Ready?
Okay, sir. All set.
Hello, winch control. All away. Hello, bathyscope. All okay?
There's something out there. Something big. Can't see it properly. Have you got it on the TV screen up there?
No, not yet.
Probably because it keeps just on the fringe of the lake. Can't be that whale again, not to this depth. I'll try and get a sharper focus on the camera for you.
What's that lighter patch on the screen?
Oh, hello, bathyscope. We have something on screen now, but it's very indistinct.
Yes. Seems to be circling now. I'll try and... Got a better glimpse of it then. It's not the whale, anyway. There, see it now?
Yes, something roughly oval, but still indistinct on the screen.
Could be a big fish, or maybe something else kind of turtle-shaped. Monstrous brute, anyway. Circling a bit closer now.
Can you make out any detail yet?
No, just the overall shape. It's keeping pace with us.
Hello, bathyscope. Target has just got off the screen.
It's going up now, rising faster than we are. Getting beyond our angle of view. Ought to be a wind on the top of this thing. Lost it now. Gone somewhere up above us. Maybe.
Maybe it's been some day.
Hello, bathyscope. Do you read me? Hello, bathyscope.
Why is the deck winch running so fast?
Because there's nothing at the end of the cable. We've lost the bathyscope. Sound the emergency signal.
A very good script, Mrs. Watson.
Thank you, Captain.
Nevertheless, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to hold it up for a while.
My wife tried to make it a tribute to the two men who lost their lives in the bathyscope.
I know, and I'm sorry. But I did warn you that the story wouldn't be for immediate release.
May I ask why, Captain Winters?
The crux of the thing is those fused cables. Imagination staggers a bit at the thought of a creature capable of snapping through a steel hawser.
Not just one cable. The same thing happened the next day to the unmanned probe that Commander Paz sent down.
And to the third on the following day.
Yes, when I examined the ends of the wire ropes, I had expected to see them unraveled, splayed out, brush-like. But they were melted together. Both the main and the communications cables ended in a blob of fused metal. This brings us smack up against the possibility that there's a creature capable of cutting through them like an oxyacetylene flame. The mind rejects that suggestion. However, a thing like that is not just a hazard of deep-sea diving, and we want to know more about just what kind of a hazard it is before we give out a release on it. But I assure you that you'll be notified of release at the earliest possible moment.
Well, I guess that's that.
I'm afraid so.
Honestly, Captain Winters, and off the record if you like, have you any idea what can have done it?
On or off the record, Mrs. Watson, I can think of no explanation that approaches being possible. And I doubt whether anyone else in the service has an idea.
For goodness sake, Mike, when are you going to stop dropping cigarette ashes on the new carpet?
Oh, don't worry about it, darling. Cigarette ash keeps out moths. It's about time for the EBC news, isn't it?
Oh, it's started by now.
Details not immediately available. According to the bulletin issued from Washington less than an hour ago, an American naval unit conducting research into deep-sea conditions somewhere off the Philippines has suffered the loss of a depth chamber. Closer to home, a Russian trawler narrowly missed a collision with the Canadian submarine Qualicum, currently engaged in maneuvers with the Royal Navy northeast of Iceland. And now a look at the weather. Tonight's will be clear.
Wouldn't you know it? The American story will be spread all over the front pages by tomorrow morning.
Why should it be? All the public knows is that an American diving bell has been lost. The U.S. Navy could say that the cable was defective. No, I very much doubt that anyone who doesn't know would suspect a link between deep-sea diving accidents and the topic of mysterious fireballs, which in any case are old hat now.
You're probably right, Phil.
Well, Captain Winters might be able to find out if the Americans were on the same kind of project that we covered.
If he pulls some strings, maybe we could compare notes with whoever was covering it. Between the Royal Navy and the EBC, we ought to be able to scratch up something.
Then we'll have to be up bright and early tomorrow morning.
I don't mind telling you, Mrs. Watson, it took some strategic maneuver to get Commander Shaw over here.
You can say that again, Captain Winters. Every NATO intelligence organization wants to pump me. But since you people had the same sort of experience in the Caribbean, the British Navy got priority.
Well, as I explained earlier, Commander, the Watsons have been very closely associated from the outset with the research on this phenomenon. And you're aware, of course, that no details of our own catastrophe have leaked out, apart from the loss of the bathyscope and its crew.
No mention of the fused cables?
Not one.
Oh, well, here's the story. We were using an automatic instrument, pretty much like the one you people lost. The idea was to send that down first. And if it came up again okay, then we'd take another crack at it with a manned depth chamber. We had 2 ships. One was the research vessel Dolphin, with the depth chambers and gear. We used another ship as an observation platform. Because there was so much stuff aboard the Dolphin, we would have been falling over each other. We had microwave between the ships, so we could watch on our screens just as well as they could on theirs. But it was pretty boring show. By 2.5 miles down, I was out on deck having a smoke. Suddenly, there was a yell from inside the saloon. I had my back to the research ship. A moment before, she'd been lying there like a duck asleep on a pond. Well, I don't know what kind of thunderstorms you folks have over here, but in some places they have a kind where the lightning looks like it's running around all over a building. And that was the way the research ship looked just then. And then she blew up.
The news bulletin said a diving chamber had been lost. Not the entire ship.
That's right, ma'am. And don't ask me why they're keeping the lid on the full story. Anyway, when the Dolphin blew up, we all of us hit the deck in a split second. And then there was spray and scrap coming down all over. When we could look again, there wasn't anything there but a lot of water getting itself smoothed up.
Did you collect any debris to study?
Well, there wasn't much to pick up. A few bits of wood, 6 life buoys, and 3 bodies, all badly burnt. We collected what there was and returned to the base.
Do you know what caused the explosion?
Well, I'm told it isn't possible to persuade a high charge, say a few million volts, to run up an uninsulated hawser in seawater, so I've got to accept that. But all I say is that if it were possible, then I guess the effect might be quite a bit like what we saw. It looked to me like it followed the main hawser. But the physics boys won't buy that.
They've no alternative suggestions?
Oh, sure. Several. Some of them could sound quite convincing to a fellow who hadn't seen it happen. Anyway, the physics boys are still baffled by those fused cables of yours, because whatever happened to the Dolphin, those cable severances on the British gear couldn't have been accidental. Oh, incidentally, we've got a couple more probes lined up, but no publicity, please.
Where are they being done?
One off the Aleutians, the other in a deep spot in the Guatemala Basin.
If you look at this map, Mrs. Watson, you can see that those 2 particular areas have had a comparatively large.
You're driving rather fast, Knight.
Look who's talking. At least I drive carefully.
Oh, now you know perfectly well a lorry backed into the car when I was at the hairdresser's, and then it just drove off.
Oh, the phantom bumper basher. Maybe I could do a little piece on the subject for Freddie's This and That program. Things are a bit slack just now.
Yes, very little's happened since the bathoscope story was released 2 months ago.
Well, there's nothing little about the flood of letters that came in.
But nothing of any value.
Imagine the mountains of mail the Americans had to cope with when the loss of the Dolphin was made public.
I wonder how Commander Shaw managed.
He's aboard the probe ship off Guatemala.
How do you know he is?
Winters mentioned it last week when we were checking news reports.
Well, speaking of news...
A majority of the opposition members objected that the minister's reply to the House was an obvious evasion of responsibility by the government. Here is a news bulletin. A United Press dispatch from Washington states that the United States Navy has reported the loss of another deep-sea research ship. The USN Barracuda was operating south of the Aleutians when radio transmission cut out suddenly. The ship is reported sunk with all hands. Search aircraft spotted wreckage which suggested that some kind of explosion might have occurred.
Commander Shaw was lucky.
In France, another student demonstration tangled traffic for several blocks in...
There's simply got to be an explanation. Ships just don't blow up without a reason.
When and if we do discover the reason, maybe we'll wish we'd never got involved in this strange business. There's something very, very evil about it.
Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives. Men against murder. The company of the great detectives is small, but their exploits are unique. Each week, WOR Mutual invites you to meet one member of this select band, one great detective in his most exciting case. The curtains part in our amphitheater of mystery. It's dark except for one brilliant spotlight. And out of the shadows steps Professor Henry Poggioli, Ph.D. The professor is a smallish, dark-eyed gentleman with spectacles and slightly pedantic in manner. Good evening, Professor.
Good evening, Mr. Knight.
You're a psychologist, aren't you, Professor?
Yes, of course. But my experience in crime is purely incidental, and yet, wherever I go, I find myself involved in some strange mystery.
Well, that's very interesting and intriguing. And what particular case is on your mind tonight, Professor?
I think I'll tell you the story of my most famous case, the one that gained me my greatest reputation. It was written by T.S. Stribling and called The Governor of Cap Asia. I had taken a year's sabbatical from Ohio University, where I teach, and I was traveling through the Caribbean. Our cruise ship sailed into the harbor of Haiti on a glorious morning. I was on deck, of course. In the chair next to me was an American who had joined the cruise at last port, a representative of that go-getter type so common to our country. That morning, for the first time, we talked.
Well, Professor, we'll be docking soon. You know, I'll bet dollars to donuts the Marines will be recalled here in Haiti within 6 months.
The Marines recalled?
Yeah.
I didn't know they'd ever been sent away, Mr.
Waterman's the name. Henry
yes.
Clay
Yes.
Waterman. Insurance is my racket. That's why I'm down here. Going to close our offices in Cap Haitian and Port-au-Prince. Cancel all outstanding policies. We're through. Finished. Fini.
That sounds rather drastic, Mr. Waterman.
Yeah, that's the right word for it, Professor. Drastic. We insurance boys are pretty wise birds, brother. And that's what we think about the future of the Black Republic.
Indeed?
Yep. Things have been getting steadily worse ever since the Marines packed up. This new Governor Boisran took over. He's a native. Pure-blooded Caco. No property safe here anymore. My company's been paying out and paying out.
Did you say Boisran? That's very interesting, Mr. Waterman. I have a cablegram which I received several days ago. Perhaps you could throw some light on it. See, here it is.
Professor Henry Poggioli, you are a corresponding member of the American Society for Psychological Research. Report at once to Aristide Boisran at Cap-Haitian. Fees no object. Signed, Dr. Vauquer, Minister, Department of Health. I wonder what those two crooks want with you.
Crooks?
Surest thing you know. I've had dealings with both of them. Boisran's a big bear of a man, self-made. Gotta admire him somehow. Vauquer's a half-breed, part French. Been an actor, I believe. Studied medicine abroad. Now he's Minister of Health. Boisran's right-hand man.
But you said they were crooks.
Well, I put it up to use one man to another. We kept getting claims for plantations destroyed. When we complained to Boisran, he shrugs and says, what can he do? Says a cactus leader up in the hills does it. If you ask me, there ain't no such bird. Or if there is, his name's Boisran.
I see, or rather, I will see.
If I was you, Professor, I wouldn't step off this ship. That place ain't safe.
You mean there's danger?
Yeah.
But you're landing on?
Oh, well, that's different, Professor. I'm out for business. You're just out for science.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Waterman. I'm just out for science. It's strange what a man will do just for science.
Professor Pojoli I'm addressing, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, I am Professor Pojoli.
Ah, evidently you received my cable, monsieur. Allow me to present myself. I'm Dr. Vauquier, Minister of Health.
How do you do, sir?
Oh, so sorry you were annoyed by these ragamuffins, Professor. The hand of our government is too lax, I'm afraid. A recent change in policing, you understand. But I must not keep you out here in this heat. Have you presented your bags at customs yet?
No, not yet. I'll run right over and do it now.
No, please, Professor. Do not walk. Come, I will drive you, monsieur.
You have beautiful country, Dr. Vauquier. That magnificent marketplace, the color, the native artwork.
And yet, monsieur, already our native racial development is in danger of being completely wiped out and replaced by routine American civilization. Like those empty tin oil cans our women now carry on their heads instead of the hand-woven baskets of their ancestors.
What we call progress, Dr. Vauquier. But it's all in the laps of the gods. Individuals can do nothing in the major train of racial developments.
That is where I disagree, Professor. In fact, it is precisely why you are here in Haiti today.
Surely you're joking.
No, not at all, monsieur. My country stands today at a crossroads. American authority has been withdrawn. We have our native government. Can we keep it so?
But what have I to do with that, Doctor?
You will see, monsieur. Our hills are full of insurrectionary bands called cacos. These rebel leaders keep a hold over our people through superstition. Our people call them papalois. They follow them, obey them, and so rebel against the organized government.
I would like to help Dr. Vauquier, but I can't imagine one man especially having an effect on an old folk belief such as voodooism.
The problem is not so wide, monsieur. It is individual. There is right now one Caco's leader who calls himself Jean Lafond. If you could explain the seemingly magical effects he produces, unmask him as a faker, that would break his hold on our people and make them good citizens of Governor Boisron.
You must be very devoted to Boisron, Doctor.
Devoted? That is not quite the right word, monsieur. He is remarkable. A native. In fact, he was once himself a Caco's leader. And so powerful a one that the authorities of Port-au-Prince had to recognize his authority and make him governor.
I see. An interesting road to political preferment. And now he needs help to hold his position. But what about his friends here? You, for example.
Friends? Men like Aristide Boisron do not have friends, monsieur. They are followers, admirers, sycophants.
But surely there is at least one who loves him.
You are a sentimentalist, monsieur. Like all Americans. But in this case, you're right. There is one who loves Boisron, who would die for him. His dog, Lobo.
And you, Dr. Vauquier, are a cynic like most Frenchmen. I'm right, am I not? You are French?
Part French, part Asian, monsieur. But I have been educated in Paris and lived there most of my life.
Indeed, Doctor. This experience of yours with a man like Boisron's stamp must be fascinating.
That is the word, monsieur. Fascinating. But here, you shall see for yourself. Here is the gate to the governor's mansion.
It is you at last. And this I take it is Professor Pojoli. Come in, Professor. Come in.
The professor is charmed with Haiti, Monsieur le Governor. We've had a most interesting discussion on racial development.
Stop wasting time, Vauquier. Monsieur Pojoli, no doubt, is in a hurry. Down, Lobo, down, mon beau chien. Qu'est-ce qu'avez-vous, mon ami? Bien, good dog. Now, you have told him, Vauquier. He has told you what I want of you, Professor.
About this Caco's leader? Yes, Governor Boisson. And one thing is very strange. Why do you need me? Why don't you go up into the hills and eliminate this Jean Lafond?
Because I cannot get at him, Monsieur Pojoli. Move against him where I will. He reads my mind and is not there. It is like chasing jack-o'-lantern. He knows where I will strike before I touch my sword.
You don't mean he actually reads your thoughts?
But of course, He is voodoo, monsieur. If he could not read my mind, I would catch him at once with my ruralis, shoot him on sight. I know the mountains as well as Lefron. I can fight better than he can. But, monsieur, he is Papa Loire. No one can do anything against him.
You say no one, Governor. You've sent others?
Parbleu, monsieur, I have sent many spies to his camp. They pretend to be deserters from my ruralis, and so they get there.
And what happens?
Écoutez-vous. Mon Dieu. Wait. You shall see for yourself. These are the latest spies I sent to Lafranc. Saint-Jean, Felipe, bien.
Good heavens. Look at their heads. Their ears. They've cut off.
They always come back so, monsieur.
Tais-toi! Quiet! Saint-Jean, Felipe, bien. We will question you. You will answer. Now, Monsieur Pozzoli, see what you can learn.
Your name is Saint-Jean?
Oui, monsieur.
You went to the Cacus camp as a spy?
Oui, monsieur. Quiet at night like a snake, monsieur. No one knew I...
When did you arrive?
Sun up, Excellency.
You didn't go alone, Saint-Jean?
No, monsieur. These others, they went with me. They, too, were spies. The deserters, they did not come back.
You saw this leader, this Jean Lafranc?
Oui, Excellency. He's Papa Loire, a great tall man with a knife stuck through his arm.
Oh, come, Saint-Jean. No man can live with a knife stuck through his arm.
Oh, but he is Papa Loire, Excellency. With my own eyes, I saw the knife. The point came out so much on the back.
All right, Saint-Jean, you saw the knife. Then what did he do?
We walked to him through many cacos. Then he took a drop of our blood and swallowed it. That gave him power over us.
Yes. Then what happened?
Then he cut off my ears and sent me back.
Yes, but what about the other men, the true deserters? Did he cut off their ears?
But no, Excellency. When their blood reached his heart, he knew they were true cacos, and he knew I was a spy.
Listen, Saint-Jean. When did this Papa Loire know you were a spy?
When my drop of blood
Oh, never mind your drop of blood. Forget that. When did he come up to you and say, Saint-Jean, you are a spy. I am going to cut off your ears.
Never. He did not speak. He did not cut them off. He just wished them off. He is Papa Loire.
Oh, never mind that, Saint-Jean. Just tell me what happened after the blood...
Me and the guard went to a jaguar, a little house. He left me by myself. I sat down, then my ears fell off, and I went home.
I see. Now tell me, Saint-Jean, what time was it when you left the Caco camp?
The sun was straight up, Excellency.
About noon?
Oui, monsieur.
Then look, Saint-Jean. You reached this camp at sunrise. You left it at noon. You must have stayed there for 6 hours. What did you do in that time?
No, I did not stay. I went away at once.
You see, Boisson, the man is lying or suffering from the illusions. He admits that he spent 6 hours in the camp.
I saw him do it. He is Papa Loire.
Enough! Allez, take them away. You, Vauquier, go with them. Spread the word that Monsieur Pozzoli, the great American voodoo inspector, will go to Jean Lefranc's camp to see if he is a real Papa Loire.
This is ridiculous, Boisson. I'm no voodoo doctor going around making charms.
You are brave, monsieur, to be angry with me. You will be brave enough to go to this Caco's camp. He will be expecting you.
You mean you actually think that message will reach Lefranc?
Cap Hassan, monsieur, is like a spider's web. Touch one thread, and it all quivers.
Yes, but look here. I can't possibly go to this Lefranc's camp without a guide.
He will have men posted to watch out for you.
Yes, but he can't allow me in his camp, a psychologist, coming with the avowed purpose of exposing his tricks.
If he does not, monsieur, every Negro on the island will say at once he is no true Papa Loire. He would not dare refuse you admittance.
Suppose he tried to cut off my ears to show his power.
Your ears? Do you hesitate to risk your ears for science? You will see what no white man has seen before.
There's no use in my going. The mystery is how he can pick out the spies from the true deserters. If I go to his camp alone...
I have thought of that, monsieur. I shall select 2 men to go with you. A genuine spy and a genuine deserter. You can see what happens to both of them.
You have 2 such men?
Naturally, monsieur. I have chosen the spy. A deserter can be picked up any place along the road.
This spy, can you trust him?
With my life, monsieur. Nor will he be afraid of Jean Lefranc. This is one man of whom you need have no doubt.
Very well. I'll do it. When do we leave?
Tonight, 2 hours after midnight. You will find a carriage waiting outside this gate. Take it. The driver has his orders. Now, you had better sleep, monsieur. It may be long before you sleep again.
Monsieur.
Eh? What? Who are you?
Monsieur, it is 2 o'clock. The carriage. She wait for you.
Oh. Yes. Very well. Oh, here you are. You are waiting for me?
Oui, monsieur.
Are you alone? Is no one to go with us?
Don't know, monsieur.
Oh, that's strange. Well, let's go. Driver, weren't you supposed to stop somewhere and pick up another man?
I do not know, monsieur. I was told to pick up white man at governor's house. Drive him 11 kilometers out on Wamenti Road. That is all I know, monsieur. Here is the place, monsieur.
There must be some mistake. It's black as pitch.
No mistake, monsieur. This is the place. Hey, men come. I go.
White man! I smell white man.
Are you the boys who are going to take me to Jean Lefranc's camp?
No.
I want to go to the Carcross camp. I am the voodoo inspector.
White man, we go Carcross camp. You come along with us.
We've been walking a long way. How far away from Lefranc's camp now?
Hush, white man. Save your breath for climbing. We go up into mountains.
Who goes there?
Voodoo inspector.
You're gonna climb down, white man.
Great heavens. I can never climb that. Why, it's 30 feet of sheer stone cliff.
You will climb. I go first.
No, I can't do it.
Here, take my hand. I'll lift you.
He's strong fellow. Hey, look at that. Who's that black man? Who's that big boy?
Buzran, you are mad to risk this.
Quiet. Save your breath. We're almost there now.
Careful.
Now, monsieur.
Just a moment. Careful.
Now, Hey, we're on top. You hear that, Professor? Voodoo drums. We're almost there. I'm sorry you recognize me. But, well, now listen quickly. We may be separated.
First tell me, why didn't you drive out with me?
I walk. It was better so.
Barefooted? Your feet must be torn to ribbons.
You forget, Pozzoli. I am a Cacos.
Yes, but...
Never mind that now. Listen to me. Whatever happens, do not interfere. Do you understand?
But suppose Lefranc recognizes you, too.
He will recognize me. I know that.
But then...
Quiet. Someone is coming.
You, voodoo inspector?
Yes.
Over there, deserters? You come with me.
Look, there's the altar, the flame. What a crowd. There must be hundreds.
My men, deserters, all of them. they will pay for this.
But where is Lafranc?
Wait. There.
Right through the flame. Clever devil, that.
Professor, how does he do that?
It's a theatrical trick. Illusion, they call it. I'd have to examine it more closely to discover how it works. By Jove. Lafranc wearing a red mask. It covers his whole head.
Yes. No one has ever seen his face. Watch. There goes the first of our men. You see? At the altar. Lafranc picks his arm with a knife. Look. Now, he's sucking the blood. Now, I am next. Watch. See where they take me after.
No, Boisson. No, he will kill you. Come. Run for your life.
You are easily frightened, monsieur. No. I have waited many moons for this chance. See, he beckons me. Adieu. I go.
Where did they take my friend? The big, giant black man who came with me?
Don't know, master. Don't know.
You old woman. Where is the place they keep the new men?
You do not know, monsieur? The devil does very little for you.
Oh, hang the devil. Where is this man?
I see big man, monsieur, sitting in old chair. Papa Loire. He speak with him. The big man fights. His heart rages like great fire. He can do nothing. He is like great drunk bear. Now, your big friend wears flowers on his head. They bloom like red roses.
Good heaven, Vautrin. They've got him. Tell me, you old she-devil, where is he?
In one of the jaguars. Go, voodoo inspector. Put the ears back on his head.
Thank God I found you. What have they done to you?
Medicine, dog. I fight. Here, bottle.
So that's it. Scopotelany. That's how he got the truth out of those spies, poor devils. They never had a chance. The drug removes all inhibitions, makes them tell the truth. But now they must know who you are. You must get out of here.
No, you wait. He have his chance. My turn soon.
Oh, that's rifle fire.
The Rurales. My Rurales. Let me out! Let me out!
Oswald, that man behind you, he has a knife.
Papalois! At last, my 2 hands are on your neck, you buzzard of your dog.
Poisson, stop. Get up, man. He's dead.
Monsieur, they did good job, my Rurales, eh?
Yes, very thorough. But how did your troops ever manage to find their way here?
It was Lobo.
Lobo?
Oui, monsieur, my dog. My faithful Lobo. I knew if I could once march into this Cacos camp barefooted, Lobo would follow me and lead my men to Jean Lafranc.
You still call him Jean Lafranc? Why? Didn't you know?
Know what, monsieur? That he was Papalois? And that I killed him with my bare hands?
Then you haven't looked under the devil's mask he wore?
Mask? Parbleu. No, monsieur, no.
And yet, you almost guessed. They told me he had been an actor in France. I was sure of it later when I talked to Saint-Jean. Those last 6 hours of his smacked too strongly of scopolamine. Not a native drug, but a European one. A European doctor, a European actor, and a member of your own household.
Oui, monsieur. Jean Lafranc, Papalois, was Docteur Vaquier.
Professor Poggioli. Your Boisrand was quite a guy.
Yes, Aristide Boisrand was one of the greatest men I've ever known. For him to challenge the great voodoo took more than physical courage.
If you don't mind my saying so, I think that we should have had him here instead of you. Now, why did you say it was your most famous case?
I said it was the case that gained me my greatest reputation. You see, Mr. Wright, I'm not particularly interested in my reputation as a detective, but as a scientist.
Well, now, just how did this case in which you were, well, forgive me, outshone, how did it help you in your scientific pursuits?
Well, because of it, I am now known throughout the length and breadth of the Caribbean as a great papalois. I have access to rites and ceremonies denied to white men. Opportunities may open for me to study and investigate one of the most fascinating of all civilizations. You see, Mr. Wright, I'm not a great detective, but I am a darn good scientist.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. WOR Mutual Series, which brings you each week one exciting case, one member of the select band of the world's great detectives. Tonight's detective was Professor Henry Poggioli, Ph.D. Professor Poggioli was played by Herbert Yost, and the part of Governor Boisrand by Juan Hernandez. Original music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. The tales on Murder Clinic are adapted by Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Robert Louis Cheon. Frank Knight speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
We're done for, mate. It's the Phantom Pirate. Swooping out of the misty pack, all sails set, flying before the wind, comes the trim ship Avenger. The Phantom Pirate strikes for freedom. Now, sir, you'll see how an honest man fights. And you dog, will see the pirate's heels. You're slow, my friend. You take too well to your drug. Oh, you broke my arm. I'm wounded. Have mercy on me. You'll have mercy. I've no call to kill you. Oh. I'm setting you free for a reason. You may return to your master and give him the compliments of the Phantom Pirate. In the early days of American history, a favorite symbol of freedom and justice was the trim ship Avenger. Sturdy, swift, braving fair weather and foul, the Avenger, manned by a rugged crew, her master, the mysterious figure known only as the Phantom Pirate, sailed the seven seas, striking terror into the hearts of tyrants and wrongdoers. In the dusk of evening, Captain Caleb Starr and his grandson Roy rode through the gloom of the East Coast countryside to the home of Phineas Fortine. As the carriage neared its destination, the sad-faced captain forced himself to speak to the young lad beside him.
Rory, my boy, I just don't know how to explain to you.
Explain what, Grandfather?
I'm fond of you, Rory. You're a good lad. And you've been like real flesh and blood to me.
Well, I know you're not my real Grandfather, but you've been just like one to me.
I took a liking to you from the moment I found you floating, half starving, in that longboat. The only survivor, all alone. And no one to tell who you were or where you came from. Only a packet of papers, and them written in a foreign tongue. Phineas Porcine read them. I couldn't. They contain not a word about you.
Oh, I know that, Grandfather. He said they were some worthless records. I wish I could read them.
Sometime, if you follow Mr. Porcine's advice, you may get the learning to read them. I've kept them aboard ship just for that.
You're not taking me with you, are you, Grandfather?
No, Rory. Mr. Porcine has offered to take you in. You've need for schooling, and that's more than an old ship's captain can give you. Besides, well, it's dangerous.
You're afraid something will happen, aren't you?
No, I'm used to trouble.
But not trouble like you've been having.
Rory, it's not fair to you to share the danger. You're a brave lad, Rory, and I'm proud of you. But with things going the way they are, there's no room on the ship for you. It's dangerous.
I'm not afraid.
No, I don't believe you are. But don't worry, my boy. The world's not ended yet.
In a small waterfront inn, a dark-skinned giant named Gamba, trusted friend of the Phantom Pirate, nods as though in sleep as his keen ears overhear snatches of a conversation at a nearby table. Two men are huddled over their grog, speaking together in low tones.
Oh, I don't like it. I'd rather not get mixed up in it. I'm not one for burning ships. It only means trouble.
It's trouble you're afraid of, is it? There'll be no trouble for you if you do as I ask.
But I've got nothing against Captain Caleb Starr.
Quiet, you fool. Don't mention that name. You want everyone to know our business? And you'll do the job.
It's not to my liking out there.
Look here, I had enough of your sniveling. Either you do the job I ask, or perhaps there are those who'd like to know the truth about you.
Truth? What truth?
There are those who'd like to know that Sam Trout ain't Sam Trout at all.
What do you mean?
If you must know, there was a man who's failed with pirates. There's a price on that man's head. Would you like to know his name? I'll tell you. It's Blackie Grubb.
Oh, you... How'd you know I was Blackie?
It doesn't matter how I know it. But you, Sam Trout, were once pirate Blackie Grubb. And it's enough to know that information could set you swinging at a rope's end.
All right. I'm up. I'll do the job for you. There's no way out.
Good. I knew you'd come around to my way of thinking. Now listen closely. This is what I want you to do.
After the two men had left the inn, Gamba, too, stepped through the door onto the cobbled dockside street. The two men had vanished. Gamba mounted his swift horse and rode off into the night. He was soon out of the town into the rock-hilly coast country. He followed secret paths through the wild shrubs and trees, and at last, Gamba rode into a thick forest that lined the side of a deep valley. Here, in the blackness of the wilderness, was the secret hideout of the trim ship Avenger. Hidden from the sea by high bluffs that concealed the cove and inlet, the Avenger was kept ready to sail at a moment's notice. Gamba drew his horse to a stop. From the shadows stepped a tall figure, with a black cape that fell from his shoulders almost to the ground. The Phantom Pirate spoke.
That's you, Gamba. It's me, Gamba. There's trouble. Bad trouble for Captain Starr. Two men talking in. They burned Captain Starr's ship.
Burn his ship? We can't let that happen, Gamba. He's lost too much already. One of his ships to pirates, and then his warehouse burned. That leaves him with only one ship.
That's not all. Other fellas say, when fire start, he to search Captain Starr's cabin.
Search for what?
For papers. Him say packet papers.
Packet of papers. Who were the men, Gamba?
One I know. Him sailor on Captain Starr's ship. Other have collar up. In shadow. No shade.
Tell me the rest while we ride, Gamba. We must get to Captain Caleb's ship. Steady, boy. Get him back. They're quick to act.
We go help fight fire?
You go. I'd rather not be seen now. See what you can find out. I'll meet you later behind the warehouse there.
We go. You take care.
As Gamba leaped forward to help fight the blaze on the ship, the Phantom Pirate melted into the shadows of packing cases and barrels that littered the dock. Suddenly, he heard the sound of muffled conversation. He crept nearer the sound, being careful not to make any noise that might reveal his presence.
You will get nothing from me for that job. It's the best I could do.
Your best isn't good enough, Blackie Grubb.
Don't call me that. You said you wouldn't if I did the job.
Call that a job? The fire's practically out. And you didn't get the papers. I have half a notion to turn you in and see you dangle.
I'll see you.
You'll what? You'll do what to me, you sniveling coward? Here, take this. Here's your pay. Oh, a knife. You knifed me.
Stop. Stand where you are.
I'll stand for no one.
The phantom pirate was quick, but not quick enough. The nimble attacker sped along the dock and into the shadows. Afraid to risk a shot, and knowing that the fleeing man could easily escape in the clutter of the wharf, the phantom pirate turned his attention to the injured man.
Easy
now, easy.
He's done me in the dog.
Why did you do what you did?
I didn't want to do it. I had nothing against the captain. Him would knife me. He made me do it.
You set the fire.
He made me. He knew I'd once been a pirate.
He called you Blackie Grub.
That's right. That was me. He said he'd have me hanged if I didn't do it. Oh.
Easy. What's his name? Tell me his name.
I don't know who he was. He knew me. I was afraid. I did it. Now.
He's gone.
Friend, you there?
Yes, Gamba, it's me.
Trouble?
Yes, Gamba. You recognize this man?
Me see. Him same man, other called pirate. Him made set fire.
He set his last fire.
Who killed him?
It was the other one you saw at the inn. He escaped.
Maybe he tried to make more trouble yet.
Yes, Gamba, I'm afraid we haven't seen the last of him.
Maybe we better watch ship. Fire out now.
Much damage?
3-4 day repair, maybe. She out in the harbor. Pull her away from dock.
Was the captain aboard?
Him go country. Take grandson early. Then go see Porcine.
Phineas Porcine, huh? Are they expected back tonight?
Come back late.
There's a job for us here, Gamba. Captain Starr's troubles have been too many to be just accidental. I want to have a look around Captain Starr's cabin. When the captain returns, I want to have a little talk with him. When Captain Starr and Rory arrived at Porcine's home, the boy was sent from the room as the two men discussed the captain's problems. Mr. Porcine, a heavy, red-faced man, moved his bulk in his chair. His words were not too comforting.
Captain Starr, I'll be only too happy to take care of the boy for you, but as far as the other help, I'm afraid my hands are tied.
I know I've had a run of bad luck, Phineas, but it's none of my doing. As my broker, I thought you could at least advance me a little to see me through the voyage.
Captain, this is a matter of business. I can't pour good money after bad.
I can't understand it. 2 fine ships I had. Now I have but the one. I've lost my warehouse and goods.
Perhaps you'll have better luck this time.
Perhaps, Phineas. I must have better luck, or else I'm through, finished. All my life's work ruined.
Oh, come, man. You're taking a dim view of it.
Phineas, I don't think my troubles have been bad luck. It's as though someone were trying to ruin me.
That's a harsh charge, Captain.
Yes. Yes, it is.
But for what purpose? Why should anyone seek to ruin you?
I'm talking out of my mind. It's been a hard blow.
A hard blow, yes, indeed. But come, you're sailing once again. And you know the boy will be in good hands.
Yes, Rory. He's a good lad. I know you'll take proper care of him.
You may depend on it. I, too, have a personal interest in the boy.
Good. That's a relief to know that, at least. But I must be off. I'll say goodbye to the boy.
We'll open the door, Captain, and call him.
Rory! Rory, my boy.
Yes, Grandpa. What is it?
Well, lad, it's a hard thing to do, but...
You're not leaving now, are you, Grandfather?
Come. None of that now. Chin up. There'll be plenty of time for you to sail. Goodbye, my boy.
Goodbye, Grandfather.
Mr. Porcine! Mr. Porcine! I'm sorry. You know you had company.
Captain Starr, Rory, this is Mr. Jonas.
How do you
do?
Jonas works for me.
How do you do?
Sorry, Mr. Porcine. I didn't know.
Very well, Jonas. You entered the room as though you had news.
Yes, news.
Well, out with it.
It's bad news, I'm afraid, for Captain Starr.
Has anything happened to my ship?
I'm afraid so. She was set afire, sir. But she's not a total loss.
Not a total loss? Well, come, that's good news, isn't it, Captain?
Yes, that's good news. And I must get back at once. Stay here, my boy. Remember, it's for your own good. Goodbye, Rory.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, I didn't mean to...
That's enough for the moment, Mr. Jonas.
Yes, sir.
Rory, my boy, would you mind running off to bed now? The housekeeper will show you to your room. Good night, son.
Good night, sir.
Mr. Jonas, I do not like mistakes. I particularly do not like people who make mistakes. You have made 2 mistakes tonight.
It wasn't my fault that the ship wasn't destroyed, or the papers couldn't be found.
Any mistake that is a mistake of yours, you're assigned to a job of mine, Mr. Jonas.
But, Mr. Ford...
No excuses, Mr. Jonas. There'll be no more, you understand?
Yes, sir.
You will never, under any condition, burst into my house again.
I understand, sir.
Especially with blood on your sleeve cuff. Now, sit down, Mr. Jonas, and tell me how you failed.
Captain Starr, hurrying back to the ship Sally Ann, feared the worst. When he finally reached the ship, he was sure the fire had been set deliberately. But there was no one to prove it. No one had seen the fire lit, and there was no evidence of any wrongdoing. The old captain shook his head sadly as he walked to his cabin. He opened the door and closed it behind him. He stood leaning against the door for a few moments. Then, suddenly...
I've been waiting for you, Captain.
What? Who are you?
I'm a friend, Captain. I've come to help you.
If you're a friend, why do you skulk in a dark cabin?
I wanted to see you alone and quietly. Sit down here, Captain.
Why, you have your cloak covering your face.
Yes, but that needn't alarm you. You can trust me.
I don't know that I can trust anyone.
Here, take this. Hold it up to the crack in the hurricane lamp. Then perhaps you'll trust me.
Oh, what is it?
Look at it.
Why, it's a small flag. The flag of the Phantom Pirate. I've heard of you, but somehow I'd never thought you were real. Oh, why have you come here?
Captain, you're in trouble. You've had bad times. Suppose you tell me when and how it all started.
It's a long story. Why should I tell you?
You needn't if you wish.
Well, it started about the time the young lad came to live with me. In fact, it was about the second voyage after. What happened tonight? The fire. I can't understand it. I've never done harm to anyone.
You say these accidents happened soon after you took Rory into your home.
Yes, soon after. But the boy had nothing to do with it.
Well, not the boy, Captain, no. You say there was nothing in the longboat with the boy but a packet of papers?
That's all. Wrapped in oilskin they were. They're written in a foreign tongue. Why?
And only you and Phineas Porcine have seen them.
That's right. Phineas told me they were worthless.
Where are they now?
I have them hidden in... Why, there's been someone going through my things.
I thought as much when I came here. The fire was lit to attract attention as well as to destroy the ship.
You didn't do it.
I've touched nothing.
But who? Why? I have nothing of value. I have no enemy.
You can't be certain, Captain Starr. Take my advice. Get your ship repaired as quickly as possible. Set a date for sailing. I have a plan. If it works, it should bring your enemies into the open.
The Phantom Pirate lost no time in explaining his plan to Gamba. The dusky giant immediately agreed to the part he was to play. While the Sally Ann was being repaired, he kept a constant watch on the home of Phineas Porcine. Then, on the day preceding the delayed sailing of Captain Caleb's ship, Gamba had news to report.
Porcine leave house. Look like take long trip.
Well, that's interesting, Gamba. Not exactly what I'd expected, but interesting. You've no idea where he was going?
No. Jonas take him. Gone all day. Jonas return lone. He have trunk when go, no trunk when come back.
Did you see Rory?
No. Boy in house. No come out.
Good. You know his room?
Far back him there.
Well, Gamba, the iron's at white heat. Now's the time to strike. You know the plan.
We do.
And tonight's the night. Good luck.
A few scant hours before the Sally Ann was to sail with the tide, the dark shadow to the Porcine estate contained another shadow. It was Gamba. He crept forward until he reached the window of the room in which Rory lay. The lad sensed that the big man had come to help him. In a moment, the bonds were cut. Then, Gamba lifted the boy over the windowsill, and the two quietly slipped through the trees to Gamba's waiting horse.
Yeah. Up, Rory. Now. Now we go to Grandfather. Get up, boy.
In the shadows, the Phantom Pirate watched. As the two disappeared, he crossed the gravel drive, walked up the steps, and across the porch to the door. In a few moments, an upstairs window opened.
What do you want?
It's about the boy. I've come for him.
On whose orders?
Does the name Phineas Porcine mean anything to you?
I'll be right down.
In a few moments, the door was thrown open, and the Phantom Pirate had stepped into the room. I've come for the boy.
Porcine said there was no one to see him.
If Porcine wants him, I'll take him, and no one will stop me.
It don't seem right. The last words Porcine said to me
They'll
were...
be your last words if you don't follow Porcine's wishes. Now step lively and get the boy.
All right, but I'll go with you.
Get the boy.
He's in here. He's gone. The boy's gone.
This will go hard with you, Jonas.
It wasn't my fault. I had him tied in the bed. The ropes have been cut.
You bungled, Jonas.
He's been kidnapped, the boy has. Who could have done it?
You'll probably find him aboard the grandfather's ship.
No, not there. If he's there, it's an end to him. He's done.
And it'll be the end of you, Jonas.
I've got to get him back. He's on a jinxed ship. She's sailing to her doom and the boy with her.
How do you know, Jonas?
Porcine told me himself. He told me he was going to make sure himself that this was the last trip of the Sally Ann.
It was the matter of a moment to convince the frightened Jonas that they should halt the sailing of the Sally Ann. As the Phantom Pirate had planned it, they arrived too late. Leaping from their horses, they could see the Sally Ann as she sped out to sea. They saw the sails break loose and fill with the offshore wind. The Phantom Pirate noticed that his companion was trembling. Jonas, you're shaking.
It's Porcine. He'll never rest till he gets me when he finds I've let the boy slip out of my hands. I've got to get away.
We've got to get that boy back. Right to the end of the harbor. You'll be picked up by a small boat. We're going to overtake the Sally Ann. The Phantom Pirate headed back to the secret cover. Berthed as she was in the secret cove, the trim ship Avenger was always ready at a moment's notice, kept trim and ready by the rugged crew that manned her. She awaited only the word of her master to spring into action. The Phantom Pirate gave the word, and her quick crew split her moorings. The Avenger responded to the drift of the ebb tide. She quivered at the first touch of the wind. And as the Phantom Pirate felt the fleet ship respond, he cried,
"Spread sail and away, lads! We strike for freedom!"
Like a great gull, the Avenger sprang forward with canvas spread, kniving her way through the rolling sea, heading out to a new adventure. Jonas was brought aboard. Fearing Porcine's anger and vengeance if he failed again, he was curious to know what the strange figure intended to do. In the Phantom Pirate's cabin, he put his thoughts into words.
What are we doing here? How do you expect to get the boy back?
Never mind, we will. But first I must know when Porcine expects to attack the Sally Ann.
He's clever, he is. He don't tip his hand. Maybe you could tell me. You saw him last.
Answer a civil question.
I don't know. And if I did, I don't think I'd tell you. There's something funny about this whole business.
Enough. I'll leave you to cool off a while. And don't try to leave this cabin. Under half sail, the Avenger followed the Sally Ann at a distance. Only the top of Captain Caleb's mast could be seen above the rolling sea. Alerting the watch to keep an eye out for strange sails, the Phantom Pirate made his way to the fore cabin and called, "Gamba, Rory, you come out now."
Boy, we go on deck.
I'm glad he rescued me.
We're not done yet, Rory. As long as the Sally Ann is in danger.
You get Jonas?
Yes, Gamba, he's on board. I've learned that Porcine is behind this plot. Jonas told me he was personally leading an attack on the Sally Ann.
What about Grandfather?
Rory, we can only hope that when the attack comes, we'll get there in time. The Avenger sailed on during the fading day. As the sun dropped lower and lower in the west, the Phantom Pirate strained to keep the masts of the Sally Ann in sight. Gamba expressed his concern at the growing darkness.
It's bad if poor Sheen wait till night.
If it grows any darker, we'll lose sight of the Sally Ann.
We keep on course. Maybe pick up ship in morning.
That's all we can do, Gamba. Let's hope we don't lose it.
Where away? 3 points off the larboard bows. Coming in fast.
This must be it, Gamba. We'll take advantage of time and the darkness to get in on this dirty work. We'll have to move fast.
All hands to station. Set all sails. Get set for action. We're closing in.
The Avenger responded to full canvas. Her prow bit into the rolling sea, eager for the challenge. The Phantom Pirate knew the dangers of a night encounter with a heavily armed foe. There was only one thing to do. Distract the attention of the enemy.
Number 1 gun. Loaded and ready, sir. Fire. Fire, sir.
In a moment, with a belch of flame that lighted up the darkening sky, the cannon discharged its shot with a deafening roar. From time to time, as the Avenger shortened the distance between itself and the Sally Ann, the cannon were discharged. But the enemy ship ignored the approaching Avenger. The Phantom Pirate knew that he was dealing with no coward.
They're going to board her. I was afraid of that, Gamba. Cease fire! Cease fire, sir!
This will have to be hand-to-hand, Gamba. Make sure the men are ready.
Grappling hooks ready! Prepare to board!
Sails were shortened as the Avenger eased into contact with the two vessels. The Phantom Pirate chose to close in on the far side of the Sally Ann, leaving the deck of that ship as a meeting place for the fighting men. In a few moments, the grappling hooks of the Avenger were over the sides and biting into the Sally Ann's wood. The Avenger was pulled alongside, and at a word from the Phantom Pirate, the men swarmed over the side.
At the men! With the will!
In the excitement of the fight, the fearful Jonas had crept up onto the deck. He looked about him at the fight that raged. He feared both Phineas Forcine and the Phantom Pirate, and he crouched for a while, not knowing what to do. And then, suddenly, his evil eyes gleamed, for he had seen the figure of Rory standing behind a mast. Jonas crept forward. Suddenly, Rory turned.
Well, Rory, you slip away from me, will you? Crank out at me, eh? We'll see who's master here, you young wildcat.
Let me go.
You're coming with me.
The evil Jonas dragged the struggling Rory across the deck of the Avenger and was halfway across the Sally Ann when Forcine decided to quit the battle. Jonas, seeing Forcine's men cutting the grappling lines loose from the Sally Ann, fearful of what would happen to him if he were left behind, cried out,
Wait for me! Don't leave me! I've got the boy!
His cries went unheeded by Forcine's men, but caught the ear of Gamba.
You let boy down!
In desperation, Jonas slipped the lad to the deck and, stooping, picked up a sword that had been dropped during the fighting. He lunged at Gamba, but his blade was deflected by that of the Phantom Pirate.
I'll show you how an honest man fights. And you'll feel the bite of a pirate's steel. Oh! Oh, you've broken my arm. Please don't. I give up.
I'll give you peace. I'll save you for a purpose.
Just let me go. I'll do anything you say.
You'll take a message to your master, Mr. Forcine. Tell him he sunk his last merchant ship. I'll strike and strike again until the sea is fit for honest men to sail.
Who are you?
You can give your master the compliments of the Phantom Pirate.
You saved the Sally Ann.
Yes, Rory, we did. But not quite as planned. I'm afraid your grandfather's had quite a shock. You know what?
No, sir, what?
I think it would do him a lot of good if you went in to see him.
Thank you, sir. I'll do that.
Him good boy.
Yes, Gamba, he is. But he may never know his own name.
Course, you get papers.
Yes, Captain Starr was injured trying to prevent it. I'm afraid our task's not finished, Gamba. We still have a score to settle with Phineas Forcine. And so the Phantom Pirate's endless struggle to free the sea of evil and tyranny continues. Join us again as all sails set, flying before the wind, comes the trim ship Avenger. The Phantom Pirate strikes for freedom. Phantom Pirate is a copyrighted feature of the Lester Company.
Out of a moldering tomb, in the Valley of Kings, the voice of the great ruler of Egypt, Amun-Ra-Tep, speaks the awful curse. Death will come on swift wings to him who defileth the tomb of a pharaoh. In a moment, you'll know what I mean, and the hair on the nape of your neck will rise when you hear the strange case of the living dead, starring Elliot Lewis. There are stranger things within the earth than there are beneath the heavens. And from the vaults of the crumbling dead, there stir the worms and slugs of horror to feed upon the flesh of the mind, until the waking soul is filled with that viscid thing that is called obsession. Incredible Mr. Christopher and his bride of but a few short months have taken a cottage, a charming cottage in a garden spot of England. It is one of those little homes built from the substance of red brick and love and hot-side memories. But tonight, the fire in the house gutters and smokes, and outside, the yellow fog creeps on cat's feet. But let me introduce you to a man who knows more about this strange curse than anyone else on earth. For you see, there is no one else left to know. He alone carries the burden of an overwhelming obsession.
Ladies and gentlemen, many times I've been asked why it is that my wife and I refuse 3 cigarettes on a match. Why it is that we refuse to mock or ridicule the so-called supernatural. Believe me, we have a reason. And to explain that reason, let me tell you of the time my wife and I were first married. We'd gone to England for our honeymoon. In fact, to the beautiful little Shakespearean village of Inverness in Warwickshire. And we'd taken a most charming little ivy-grown cottage near the town. And on our first evening there, just before the crickets began their song of twilight, the telephone rang.
Oh, Bill. I thought we'd gotten rid of those pestiferous things when we left New York. Can't we do without civilization for a little while?
I think there's a law against not answering a telephone in England, my sweet. And you wouldn't want to spend our honeymoon in the Tower of London, would you?
Well, I don't know, but that's not a good idea. You better answer the fool thing before it has hysterics.
Aunt, that's the first telephone I ever heard that rang with an English accent. What shall I say, hello, or are you there?
Anything, darling. Preferably say you've got the wrong number.
Hello? Yes, this is he. Whom? I didn't catch that name. Oh, Sir Richard Devon, yes. Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you see... What? Oh.
Willpower, darling, willpower.
Well, yes, that'll be quite all right, Sir Richard. I'll expect you at 8.
Oh, Bill.
The address is 32 Creighton Lane. Yes, goodbye.
I can tell by the look in your eye, Mr. Christopher, that crime is again footloose and fancy-free.
Darling, this sounds extraordinary. That was Sir Richard Devon.
Yes, I know. And his Aunt Hepzibah just died from eating mothballs.
No, she hasn't, Pat. It sounds a little more interesting than even Aunt Hepzibah. Come on, let's have dinner so we'll be through by 8 o'clock. Only at 8 o'clock, Sir Richard Devon arrived at our cottage. A not unusual appearing gentleman, except for premature graying hair, an exceptionally high forehead, and a pair of eyes that held a look of the most abject terror I have ever seen. For a moment, he stood before the log fire, gazing at both Pat and myself. Until finally I said, "Won't you sit down, Sir Richard?" "Thank you. I hope you'll accept my apologies for breaking in on you this way, but the moment I heard you were here, Well, you see, Mr. Christopher, Scotland Yard has refused to... Go on. Well, perhaps I shouldn't have come here at all. Perhaps you'll think as Scotland Yard thinks that I'm, well, somewhat mad. Not in the least. Please continue. Mr. Christopher, let me ask you one question. Could you believe in a curse of an Egyptian pharaoh who died in 3000 B.C.? Could you believe that it still exists to the extent that so far it has caused the death of 6 men?
Perhaps I'd better make some coffee, Bill. You'd care for some, wouldn't you, Sir Richard?
Oh, thank you. You haven't answered my question, Mr. Christopher. I make it a point never to give a snap answer to a question until I know what that question is about, Sir Richard. Well, I'll tell you what it's about. It means that Lord Robert Critchley is going to die. After he dies, then I'll die. You sound rather certain about a very morbid subject, Sir Richard. Mr. Christopher, I realize how stupid my talk must seem, but believe me, it's anything but stupid. And I've come to you because if there's anyone in the world who can help me... Now, let's not place quite so much credence in my ability until it's proven, Sir Richard. You were talking about Lord Critchley. I seem to recall his name. In regard to Egyptology, isn't it? Yes. He and I are the last remaining members of the party who discovered and opened the tomb of Amenhotep 7 years ago. And Mr. Christopher, it's not so much for myself that I'm asking help. It's for him. He's far too wise a man, far too valuable to science to die like the others. Somehow, some way, his death has got to be stopped. What makes you think Lord Critchley is going to die? The rest have died, and it's now time for him. Mr. Christopher, will you come with me tonight and visit Lord Critchley? Well, Oh, please, Mr. Christopher. Very well, Sir Richard. And if you don't mind, my wife will go with me. I was about to refuse Sir Richard's request, but there was something in his voice, a desperate pleading that compelled me to accept. And so the three of us drove in my car to the estate of Lord Robert Critchley, an ancient manor built sometime during the Norman invasion. A place that bore the same traditional dignity as did its master, Lord Robert. As we were ushered into the great hall, we noticed a strange incongruity about the furnishings. Several ornate Egyptian carvings ordained the wall. In the far corner, catching the weird flicker of the hearth fire, was a huge sarcophagus. I remember what my wife said as we entered the hall.
Bill, let's get out of here. Let's tell them we're too busy. I've got a very strange premonition, Bill.
Shh, Pat. We're in it now. We can't refuse, at least at the moment. Lord Robert, may I have the pleasure of presenting Mr. and Mrs. Christopher?
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you sit down, please? May I offer you some brandy?
Darling?
No, thank you.
We've just finished dinner, Lord Robert. I think we may deem ourselves rather fortunate, Lord Robert, that Mr. Christopher has consented to examine our case.
Of course, of course. And not to disparage your ability in the slightest, Mr. Christopher, I'm afraid that all an examination can reveal is a certain inexplicable fact that 6 men of our party have died by coincidence, and that my colleague, Sir Richard, is feeling a rather unnecessary alarm in regard to our safety.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Lord Robert. You know as well as I do the circumstances. If I may interrupt, gentlemen, just what were the circumstances in the deaths of the 6 men of your party? Well, they all died suddenly and without apparent cause. And each one died in the order in which he entered the tomb of Amenhotep. And in all cases, the examining physicians attributed the death to heart failure. In fact, it was as if Lord Robert there, standing before the fire, suddenly... Lord Robert! Good God, Mr. Christopher, what's happened to Lord Robert?
Oh, it's horrible, Bill. Do something. Don't just let him lie there. Oh, somebody better call a doctor.
Please, Pat.
I know, Bill, but...
A doctor can't do anything for Lord Robert. He's dead. What killed him? He was perfectly all right a moment ago. This is what I told you about, Mr. Christopher. There's no escaping from it. They're always the same, the others. Alive and apparently healthy one moment and then dead the next. Please try to control yourself, Sir Richard. Control myself against something more ancient than recorded history. Against the inevitable fact of a horrible death. And against the very obvious fact that I'm next. It's not an easy thing to watch a death such as Lord Robert Critchley's. And I must admit that it was very difficult for me to retain my equilibrium in the face of such a ghastly scene. However, when the police had been notified and the coroner's verdict returned with a cursory notation of heart attack, I secured permission to again examine the body of Lord Robert at the village morgue.
Bill, for goodness sake. This was to be our honeymoon, and now all this. fine place to spend it in some damp, broomy morgue that reeks of antiseptic.
Darling, I told you to stay at the house.
What? Let you solve all the crimes by yourself? Should say not.
Well, where's the attendant, or has he given up the ghost, too?
Darling, your powers of observation would certainly earn the ridicule of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There's a sign there that says...
Oh, yes, for attendant, ring the bell.
Bill, have any ideas yet?
No, not the slightest. Yet.
Well, I've always said these English murder mysteries can be very difficult at times.
Yes? Was there something I could do for you, sir?
Oh, my name's Christopher. I'd like to examine the body of Lord Critchley. Here's a pass from the constabulary.
Oh. All right, sir. If you'll come this way, please.
You'd better wait here, darling.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm going with you. I'm not afraid of the dead. It's the living that worries me.
Well, all right.
This is the slab, sir. The embalmers ain't started in yet. It's just the way they brought him in.
Good. You know, Pat, I don't even know why I'm making this second examination. I don't see how I could have possibly missed anything the first time, and yet...
Bill. Did you notice this ring on his right hand?
Ring?
Well, look, there's no setting in it. Just a beaten silver mounting.
That's odd, Pat. Could Lord Critchley be wearing a ring with no setting in it? It's a... Wait a minute.
What?
This is no ordinary mounting. This is something out of the ancient. This is Egyptian, Pat. And that empty socket is just the right size to contain a scarab.
Well?
I've got no reason to think anything, Pat, but I've got a hunch. We're going to take this ring. Oh, if any of the inspectors should ask about this ring, tell them that I took it, will you?
All right, sir. But you know, that's a strange thing.
Why? What's strange about it?
Well, right after they brought him in, sir, there was a chap came here, and he was asking about that ring. But I wouldn't let him touch it, sir. He wasn't no policeman.
What did this chap look like?
Well, he was a sort of a foreign-looking bloke, sir. There's a lot of wrinkles in his face. But blimey, he didn't look to be over 35, he didn't. Sort of gave me a chill up and down my spine, he did. Somehow he looked more dead than some of them we got here, if you'll excuse me, sir.
Yes, of course. And did this chap say what his name was?
No, sir. He just went away again, he did.
I see. Well, Pat, one mystery adds to another. Maybe my hunch was right. Maybe this ring has got something to do with it. Now, come on, darling. Let's go back and see Sir Richard.
Returning now to the case of a living dead, starring Elliot Lewis. When the night falls like a curtain of shroud, when the wind is cold and keen, when the fog creeps in on capped feet, and when the small, still voice of the mind repeats, "Here only death is the murderer," then do you believe you are possessed by an obsession? The incredible Mr. Christopher and his wife Patricia have left their footsteps echoing in the cold marble of the morgue and have returned to the residence of Sir Richard Devon. In keeping with this ghastly business, the pile of fog swirls about in the slow dance of macabre. Its vaporous, searching fingers probing through sill and jam, wrapping the living with a constricting chill of death. In the study of Sir Richard, the man himself sits facing the incredible Mr. Christopher, his eyes reflecting the terror that lurks there. The beads of perspiration cutting furrows like canyons through the bleak, writhing mountains of a horrifying obsession.
Sir Richard, I quite realize how you must feel about all this gruesome business. But if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Yes, of course, but first perhaps I might have some coffee brought in.
Oh, I think that'd be delightful. If you're sure it won't be any bother.
No, not in the least. Sir Richard, I think the only way we can get anywhere with this case is to start at the very beginning. You see, I place very little credence in superstition, and I've always held the belief that a curse is quite incapable of committing a murder. Unless that curse is backed up with something or someone rather tangible.
You rang for me, Effendi.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Christopher. We'd like some coffee, Adam said, right away.
It is your will, Effendi. It shall be thus.
Now, as you were saying, Mr. Christopher... Wait a minute, Sir Richard. Who is that man? A servant. His name is Adam said.
Egyptian?
Yes, quite. In fact, he's a most unusual person. Like something out of the ages, in a way.
I quite agree with you.
What do you mean by that, Sir Richard? Oh, I didn't mean that literally, Mr. Christopher. What I meant was in regard to his personality, his habits, and, in a measure, his speech. Please continue, Sir Richard. Oh, if you're thinking Adam said might have any connection... I'm not thinking anything at all. I'm merely curious about the fellow. Well, several months ago, he came into the employ of Lord Robert Critchley when Lord Robert advertised for an assistant versed in the fundamentals of Egyptology. When Lord Robert had no further need for his assistance, I placed him in my employ. And I must say that the chap's extremely well versed in the ancient Egypt. In fact, in some curious way, he uses certain phrases that have been dead in Egypt for 1,000 years.
Well, if they've been dead for 1,000 years, Sir Richard, how would this man know them?
Well, that's a bit of a mystery to me, Mrs. Christopher. I've questioned him several times, but he doesn't seem to know anything about it.
I've never seen a person look quite like that man. I mean, so apparently young and yet so terribly wrinkled.
Probably from squinting at the sun too much in the desert. But now, you were approaching some questions, Mr. Christopher. Yes, if you don't mind. You've stated that this succession of deaths has come about as a result of a curse. If you will, Sir Richard, I wish you'd tell us the complete story, right from the beginning. Well, it's rather a long story, but I should say you'll find it extremely interesting.
I'm certain of that.
Well, 7 years ago, our party of Egyptologists from the Royal Academy were doing some excavating in the vicinity of El Balbira in the Valley of the Kings. And one late afternoon, after we'd broken through quite a layer of sandstone... Lord Hayworth!
Yes, Richard. Look! Good Lord, Christmas! Well, gentlemen, it would appear that the fates have been kind to us. I believe that's it. Are you certain? No, not positive, but let's have a look at the seal. Have the men clear away the right-hand side of the front door, Richard.
Right you are. Fire, take him. Mother, shot out of fire.
By the Lord, Harry, if this turns out to be what we've been hoping for, it'll be the greatest find that's ever been made.
Well, let's not bolster up too high yet until we're sure.
The seal is clear now, Lord Hayworth.
Splendid. Let's have a look. Will you decipher strictly?
Right. Pass me the Mandarin rule, will you, Richard?
Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Amotic, Siram, Ta, Aro, Amenratep.
Amenratep? Actually, we found it.
Sure.
Amenratep, at least 3,000 years before Christ. Bring a mallet, Richard. We'll open the seal.
Finally, as the seal was broken, the great stone slab that covered the entrance of the tomb was rolled back. And in single file, our party entered the vaults of Amen-Ra-Tep. Lord Hayworth first, then Dr. Philip Heath, Sir Reginald Carstairs, Dr. Gerald Clayton, the chemist, Lord Robert Critchley, and myself last. And as we entered the inner chambers, we were stopped by a very strange and weird sight. A sarcophagus without a headpiece, permitting us to see the unwrapped face of a mummy, perfectly preserved, even to the detail of its eyes, which were open and apparently staring at us.
Good Lord, Hayworth. Look at that thing. What do you make of it?
I don't know. I've never seen a mummy so perfectly preserved. The beggar positively looks alive. Richard, can you decipher the inscription of the sarcophagus?
Well, I can try, sir. Will you hold the Mandarin rule, Doctor? Certainly. I don't know it. Wait a minute. Yes, I think I can get it. It's in hieroglyphics, and it reads, "Death will come on swift wings to him who defileth the tomb of a pharaoh." Lord Hayworth and the rest smiled at that ancient warning of Amen-Ra-Tep. But that smile changed to a look of horror when, upon opening the sarcophagus of the Egyptian king, Lord Hayworth suddenly gasped and fell across the mummy, dead. Since then, Mr. Christopher, our party has been wiped out, as I stated, in the order of our entrance into that tomb. And each has died suddenly and without any recognizable cause. And I am next. Sir Richard, may I interrupt to ask about that ring you're wearing? You mean the scarab, of course. Yes. Why, it was given to me by Adam Said, my servant. Why? You don't mind my asking, what was the occasion of the gift? I mean, for what reason did R.M. Sed give it to you?
I don't know, only as a token of friendship, I guess.
Are you quite sure, Sir Richard, that you've never seen this R.M. Sed before he came into the employ of Lord Robert?
Well, that's a bit of a mystery in itself, Mr. Christopher. Both Lord Robert and I thought we'd seen him somewhere before, possibly in Egypt. But then it was possibly only a resemblance to someone else. You see,
That skirt and the ring, it's moving.
What?
Look, it's on its wrist. It's
What?
moving.
Good Lord, brush it off quickly. Mr. Christopher, Quick, hand me that airfare. I've got to catch that
Oh,
thing.
yeah, Bill, be careful.
There. Now to get Sir Richard. Well, he was right, Pat. He was next.
Oh, Bill, what in heaven's name?
Wait a minute, Pat. I think we'll have a few words with His Honor R.M. Sed about certain tokens of friendship that he's been handing around.
You rang for me, Effendi?
Yes, I did. It would seem that your master has had a slight accident. Would you know anything about it?
Of course, Effendi. I would know everything about it. I have been waiting for the accident to occur.
You've been waiting?
The beetle scarab you imprisoned beneath the tray. It is quite dead now, Effendi. It stings but once, and then it is no more.
Keep talking, R.M. Sed.
The scarab, Effendi, was the seal of the pharaoh, Amenhotep. And his name did I give the living scarab to each of the Effendis who entered his tomb. There shall be no more.
Then you admit...
I admit everything, Effendi. The living beetle was placed in the silver mounting to awake when the effect of a certain drug was dispersed. And then, of course, the obvious conclusion.
You're a very cooperative person, R.M. Sed. Now, if you don't mind, you're under arrest. We'll go down and have a little talk with the police.
I think not, Effendi.
What?
In your language, the word arrest, I believe, means imprisonment. I have been imprisoned for a long time. But now I am free. Behold, Effendi, I am as free as my king.
What is he?
O Isis, creator of all, behold a pilgrim weary of his pilgrimage. Take me unto thy breast and deliver me unto my king, Amenhotep. Thou art my master, and I am thy slave. Sarud Damarant, Amenhotep.
To watch a living human form dissolve into a mere handful of gray dust is beyond the comprehension of the human mind. And I realized that what Pat and I saw was far too horrible for you to realize. That R.M. Sed was the god found in the tomb of Amenhotep, and that through some inexplicable force, he was the form of that ancient curse. Death will come on swift wings to him who defileth the tomb of a pharaoh. Perhaps it was an illusion, perhaps not. But neither Pat nor I will ever mock or ridicule that which is called the supernatural. In fact, and you may laugh at this, neither Pat nor I will light 3 cigarettes on one match.
You have been listening to Obsession.
Obsessions has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Manhunt. The story of the accusing violin that led to manhunt. No crime has been committed yet. No murder has been done yet. No manhunt has begun yet.
Dorothy, please go. You know what you ask is impossible. In a half hour, I'm to do my concert downstairs. How can I play?
Promise you'll meet me right after the concert, and I'll go.
Dorothy, how can I promise that? My wife...
Your wife? You mean nothing to her, Michael. You know that now. I love you, Michael. She doesn't.
Please go, Dorothy.
All right, I'll go. But remember this, Michael. I want you, and I can't have you. Maybe she won't have you very long either. Goodbye.
I must think. Now, I've got to cancel the concert. I can't think. I can't play, but there's one thing I can do. What I thought of before. But this time I'll do it. First a piece of paper. This typewriter. There. I, Michael Allison, for reasons that concern no one, am about to take my own life. Please forgive me. There. Now I must sign this. There. Michael Allison. And now... No, I can't do it. I won't. I'm not a coward. Who's there? Why, it's... that gun. Why are you pointing at me? No, don't come near me. No, stop, please. Oh.
A killer has done his work. A man lies dead, murdered. The police will say it's suicide when they find the note and the gun that the murderer placed in the dead man's hand. Who is to say it is not suicide? Who will find the one flaw? Who will start the manhunt? Manhunt and the accusing violin.
Hi, Pat.
Oh, morning, Bill.
Where's Drew?
Back here in the lab. Be right out, Bill.
Hey, doesn't he ever leave his laboratory? I'm a cop, too, but I take some time off.
Well, once in a while he quits working to eat, but not often.
Come on out, Drew. I got the whole rest of the day off. As soon as I get your report on that violinist suicide last night. Hey, what about it?
Okay, Bill, take it easy. I'm here.
Everything check on that violinist suicide, the Michael Allison case?
Technically, yes.
There he goes with his technicality.
Wait a minute, Drew. Don't get any ideas about the Allison case. It's the most obvious suicide I ever came across.
Oh, it's obvious, all right. I admit that.
What'd you find, Drew?
Nothing we didn't expect. Powder burns indicating the gun was held close to the head. No fingerprints except the dead man's. And the bullet came from the gun we found in his hand.
Signature on the suicide note, McCoy?
Definitely. He signed it all right.
Fine. We found the gun in his right hand, the bullet wound in his right temple. Everything else checks. It's suicide, definitely.
Maybe.
Maybe, he says. Look, Drew, forget it. I finally got myself a pat suicide case, complete with note to match. And that's all there is to it. The guy killed himself.
All right, he killed himself. But why?
Why, yes. How do I know? You tell him why, Pat.
Oh, I'm tired of trying to tell him anything.
Look, you two. It probably was suicide. I don't deny that. But this laboratory of mine contains equipment that can mean life to an innocent man or death to a guilty one. I like to use it, that's all.
All right, so you like to use it. But not on this case. Not anymore, that is. Let's have your report.
Okay. Here.
Thanks. So long.
So long, Bill. Lock that door, Pat, quickly.
All right. But why?
Hey, Bill. Bill Morton.
Yeah, what is it?
Bring my report back at 5 tonight and I'll sign it.
Listen here, you sign it.
Come on over here, Pat. I've got a hunch.
All right. I'm over. What is it?
Take a look at this. What do you see?
Violin.
Uh-huh. That's right. Allison's violin. See anything unusual about it?
No.
Neither do I. But there is something wrong with it, Pat. I'd bet on it.
All right, so there's something wrong with it, but what can that have to do with Allison's suicide?
I'm not sure it was suicide. I may be later today, but I'm not now. That's why I stalled Morton until 5 o'clock. I want to make a couple of calls. Allison's widow and Dorothy Barton, the gal who heard the shot and notified the police.
Do you want me with you?
No, not when I go to see Mrs. Allison. I want you to sneak into the homicide department files and get me all the dope on the Barton gal, then meet me in front of her home. I'll phone you for the address.
Oh, I'll do it, Drew. If you just tell me what you're driving at.
Okay. Pat, there's something about this violin that's wrong. Don't know what it is. Maybe when I come back here, I'll know. It may even be that this violin is proof that Michael Allison was murdered. I'm sorry to bother you like this, Mrs. Allison, but you see,
I've told everything I had to tell to the police, Mr. Stevens.
Well, perhaps this gentleman here can...
Oh, you don't know Mr. Conroy. He was my husband's manager. Mr. Conroy, Mr. Stevens.
How do you do, Mr. Stevens?
Oh, Conroy. When did you last see Mr. Allison, Conroy?
Why, last night, just before he left for the... Say, what's the meaning of this questioning?
Oh, just some private investigating I'm doing, that's all.
With the knowledge of the homicide department, I suppose.
Well, not exactly. You see,
I see that it might be a good idea if you left here at once.
We really have nothing to tell you, Mr. Stevens.
Well, let me be the judge of that, huh? I won't be a minute.
I'll say you won't. I'll call them up right now.
I really don't see any harm to answering a few questions, John.
We've answered enough questions. This man has no right to question us. Ridiculous. We've answered questions with the proper...
Police headquarters.
Oh, I want to talk to Detective Sergeant Morton in homicide, please.
Just a minute.
We'll find out if we have to answer these questions or not.
Morton speaking.
Morton, this is John Conroy, the late Michael Allison's manager. I'm with Mrs. Allison at her home. One of your men, Drew Stevens, is here and wants to ask us some questions.
He's not one of my men. He's from the police lab.
Well, do we have to answer his questions?
No, he's got no right to even be there. Let me talk to him.
Gladly. Will you take this phone, Mr. Stevens?
Okay, give it to me. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Bill, he says. As if he didn't stick me with an unsigned report and kept me here at headquarters for no reason. Listen, Drew. Get out of there and leave those people alone. Allison committed suicide, but I'll commit murder if you don't come right back down here and sign that report.
Okay, I'll be back, Bill. 5 o'clock. Got an hour yet, you know.
All right, you've got an hour. But get out of there and let those people alone. That's an order, Drew. Go on, beat it.
Okay, Bill, don't get upset. I'm going. Haven't found out anything yet, but it isn't 5 o'clock yet either. Hi. Been waiting long, Pat?
Oh, about 10 minutes.
I didn't get your message until a half hour ago. Is this where the Barton girl lives?
Yes, right here.
Oh, come on, we're going in.
Maybe nobody's home.
Someone's coming.
Yes?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Miss Barton.
Oh, this violin, you mean? I was just practicing.
I'm Drew Stevens, and this is Patricia O'Connor. We're from the police.
The police, but...
May we come in?
Yes. Yes, of course. Forgive me. This way. If you'll wait a moment while I put my violin away.
Do you mind if I look at it first?
Not at all.
Thank you. I'll be careful not to drop it. Pretty instrument, don't you think, Pat?
Oh, I don't know. They all look alike to me.
Look alike, yes. I'm just an amateur, but when Michael Allison played, his violin was a living thing. It breathed. It spoke.
Violin talked, huh? Pat, I've got it.
Got what?
The significance of Michael Allison's violin. It's the clue I needed.
Well, what kind of a clue could you get from that fiddle?
This kind of a clue, Pat. Michael Allison couldn't have committed suicide. Not the way we found him. He was murdered. Bill, are all three in the dressing room where we found Allison's body?
Yeah. I don't know how you talked me into this, but the three of them are next door. Mrs. Allison, Conroy, and Dorothy Barton. Pat's with them, too. Drew, if you made a fool of me getting them all up
Made
here...
a fool of you? I'm going to hear of you, Bill. You wouldn't want a murderer to go free, would you? Okay, let's go in.
Murderer go free.
All right, everybody, quiet, please. Now, I'm going to try to reenact what happened here last night. Michael Allison was sitting in this chair as I'm sitting in it now. He was despondent about something.
About her, his wife, Joyce Allison. She's the something. She broke his heart, ruined his life.
All right, Miss Barton, please.
Thanks, Pat. Now, Allison sat here and typed out a suicide note. He intended to kill himself. Now, he typed the note like this, finished it, signed it, and then something changed his mind. Maybe he didn't have time. Maybe it was the opening of the door. Open that door, will you, Pat?
Okay.
Allison half turned, as I'm doing now, saw someone standing over him with a gun. He stood up, but before he could make another move, he was shot. His body slumped to the floor. The murderer bent down, saw the suicide note, wiped off whatever fingerprints were on the gun, forced it into Allison's lifeless hand, and fled.
Well, that's pure conjecture. No one but Allison could have known what happened in this room last night.
You're wrong, Mr. Conroy. There was a witness. Allison's violin.
When did you...
What are you talking about, Drew?
I'll explain that later. This much I'll tell you now. A new acid I developed in my laboratory showed a second set of fingerprints underneath Allison's on that gun. Your fingerprints, Mrs. Allison. You murdered your husband.
I didn't. I swear I didn't. I didn't kill him.
They were your fingerprints, Mrs. Allison.
But I didn't kill him, I tell you. Tell them I didn't kill him, John. Tell them.
Shut up. I don't know what you're talking about.
I won't shut up. I didn't kill him. He did. John Conroy. It was his idea. The insurance. I handed them the gun, but he shot my husband.
You are, Bill? There's your case.
You stupid fool. I wouldn't move if I were you, Conroy. Cops shoot pretty straight.
Take them down and book them both, Bill. Charge is murder. Prosecuting witness, a violin.
Don't give me any of that nonsense about a secret acid that brings out hidden fingerprints, Drew. You made that up now, didn't you?
Yes, I dreamt that up. But it served its purpose, didn't it?
Well, what I want to know is what clue Allison's violin gave you.
The strings were on backwards. The E string, the highest one, which belonged on the extreme right, was on the left.
Oh?
3 other strings were reversed, too.
Well, how did you know the strings were on backwards?
I didn't know until I tinkered with Dorothy Barton's violin at her house, remember, Pat?
Yeah, I remember, but what about it?
Well, the Barton violin strings were normal because Miss Barton is right-handed. By the same token, the Allison violin strings were reversed because Allison was left-handed.
I'm beginning to get it now, Drew.
I checked and found that Allison was left-handed. Conroy and Mrs. Allison knew it, too, of course, but in their haste and excitement, they never thought of it.
You jumped from a left-handed violin to a murder. I don't get it.
Simple, Pat. The gun they killed Allison with, they forced into his right hand to match the bullet hole in his right temple. But Allison was left-handed. If he had killed himself, he'd have held the gun in his left hand.
How do you like that? The violin really was a witness, wasn't it?
Yes, kind of. You recall what Miss Barton told us about it, don't you? That Allison's violin lived and breathed and talked? Well, it talked his killers right into our hands.
Your Auto Light dealer presents your favorite friends from Gasoline Alley. Hold it, Wilmer. Hold it till I get the phone. Okay, Steve. Wallet and Bobble Garage. Steve Wallet speaking. What's that? Yes, sir. We can fix anything that runs on 4 wheels. Sure, we'll be waiting for you right here in Gasoline Alley. Yes, the whole Gasoline Alley gang is on hand, just as you find them every day in more than 100 great newspapers from coast to coast. In this episode, Susie's and Wilmer take a trip and find themselves in a trap. But first, a word from the friendly Auto Light dealer in your own hometown. And now, Gasoline Alley. As usual, the garage is a beehive of activity. Rufus, Dick, and Sarge are all busy in the back of the shop. And Skeezik's partner, Wilmer Bobble, is repairing Doc Avery's auto radio, and Skeezik himself is working on Auntie Blossom's washing machine. But now the door opens for Skeezik's wife, Nina, and their tiny son, Chipper.
Hi, boys. I brought a visitor.
Nina, darling, what are you doing here at the garage? Hi, Nina. Well, Chipper, old pal, old cock. Chipper, did you come over here to show your daddy how to run things?
He came over because he's been a B.A.B. boy.
Are you speaking about my pal Chipper, the future heavyweight champion of the world? What's he been up to, Nina?
There's nothing funny about it, young man. He's simply getting out of hand.
No, Daddy, Chipper. What have you done?
There, you see? And it's your fault, Caesar.
Oh, now, wait a minute, now.
Yes, it is. You remember when you told him to take off your sunglasses?
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Well, now all you have to do is mention the word and he snatches off anybody's glasses. This morning it was Aunt Hester.
He's a fighter like his Uncle Wilbur. Hot Chipper. You said to him, pull off your glasses and fight, huh?
Please, Wilmer.
All you have to do, Nina, is tell him not to do it. Be gentle but firm. Why, it's no problem at all if you use man-to-man discipline.
Are you sure of that, Caesar?
Well, of course I'm sure. Why, I bet I could train him not to snatch off people's glasses in 2 hours. Sure, nothing to it, Nina. Nothing at all.
That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say, Caesar.
Huh?
I'll be at the community center for the next 2 hours.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
And while I'm gone, I'll give you a chance to try your discipline.
But, Nina, we've got work to do.
Discipline, Caesar. Good old man-to-man discipline. Now, whatever you do, don't let Chipper get into trouble. Goodbye, then.
Jesus, I think she's trapped. My wife is a very smart woman. Yep, just like Jessica. But darn it, Felix, I think you were right. You mean about discipline? Sure, all you have to do is say, Chipper, don't break people's glasses. Gentle but firm, see? Well, let's try it. And it's Chipper, not the dial. Chipper, Doc Avery's radio. Now, Chipper, look what you've done. Hey, I think the darn thing has started working.
Local police were warned today to be on the lookout for the notorious bandit, Tex McGlone, believed to be headed this way in a stolen car following a holdup. McGlone is said to be a dangerous criminal who is heavily armed and who will stop at nothing. Hold the radio, will you?
Okay, I got it. Wallet and Bobble's gasoline alley garage. Mr. Wallet speaking.
Hello, Mr. Wallace. Do you people fix automobiles?
Why, yes, we do. What can we do for you?
My car is broken down out in the old back road near the state line. It's urgent that I get it fixed right away. Very urgent. Can you come out here?
Why, yes, my partner and I will come out right away.
Sure, make it snappy, will you? I'm in a hurry.
We'll be right out. Arrest car repair on the old back road, Wilmer. Very urgent.
Okay, I'll get the tow truck on it.
Oh, gosh, what about Chipper?
Hey, let's take him with us.
Well,
Sure, Chipper. A little trip out in the country will do you good, huh?
well, why not? And out in the country, at least, he'll stay out of trouble. Just what seems to be wrong with your car, sir?
That's what I'm paying you guys to find out. I want it fixed in a hurry.
Hold Chipper a minute, will you, Wilmer?
Sure. Come to Uncle Wilbur, Camp. There we are.
Now, let me check here, Mr. Smith.
Why are you turning on the radio?
I'm checking to see if you're getting any juice up from the battery.
Latest news is that the notorious bandit, Tex McGlone, is attempting to make his getaway in a stolen car, a large maroon sedan.
Turn that off.
Tex is a large, swarthy man who wears very thick-lensed glasses.
Turn it off myself. Now get busy, Jesus.
A large maroon sedan. Just like this large maroon sedan.
Yeah. And Mr. Wilbur, you're sort of large and swarthy, and you're wearing very thick-lensed spectacles.
Okay, wise guys, I'm also wearing this.
A pistol. 45.
Right. If you guys don't do exactly as I say beginning right now, I'll use it. I'll use it as sure as my name is Tex McGlone.
Now back to Gasoline Alley. At this moment, the gunman bandit Tex McGlone has Felix and Wilmer at the point of a very ugly-looking gun.
Put that rat down, will you? Both of you get busy and fix this car.
One of us has to look after Chipper, Mr. McGlone.
I said never mind the brat.
But I can't put him down out here in the country. He might get bitten by a snake or poison ivy.
Yep, it's poison ivy.
So you won't do as I say, huh? You're both brave guys. You there. You mean Mr. Speck? Just to prove that I mean what I say, suppose I use you for a little target practice. Wait a minute, Mr. Speck. I'm not so brave. No, Mr. McGowan, don't shoot Wilmer, please. That's more like it. Now, you put the kid in the front seat with me, and I'll watch him while you work. Or do I start shooting, or don't I? Yes, Steve. Doesn't start shooting. Doesn't. I hope. All right, Mr. McGowan. But if you hurt Chipper... I won't hurt the little brat. It's all right, Chipper. He won't hurt you. There. Just sit there and be quiet, and Daddy will take you home to Mommy. Okay, you two. Now get a move on. Leave it. Nina will never forgive us when she hears about this. Let's get this car running in a hurry. And he may not live to tell her about it. What's taking you guys so long? We've just got to make one more adjustment, Mr. McGowan. Wilmer. Yeah? Listen, I've got a plan. Oh, my, let's start this guy's car and let him get out of here before he uses that gun. The car will start now. You keep your monkey wrench in your hand. Oh, wait a minute. Stevens, I'll tell you. You walk around on the grown side of the car, and I'll go around on this side to push Chipper out of the front seat. Hey, what are you guys mumbling about? I think it'll run now, Mr. McGowan. Step on your starter. It's about time. Okay. Fine. Now take this brat out of the front seat. Monkey wrench, Wilmer. Take it up, will you? Take this kid out of here, quick. Glasses, Chipper, glasses. What's that you said? Hey, my glasses. Give me back them glasses. Wilmer. Glasses are broke. The monkey wrench, Wilmer. I can still see. Wilmer. Oh. Here, Nina. Hey, what's all the excitement about? Chipper all right? Well, sure, Chipper's all right, Nina. Why shouldn't he be with two grown men to look after him?
Oh, thank heaven. Chipper down the street was saying it could be some awful trouble, and I saw the police patrol had him moving the ground.
That's right, the paddy wagon itself. It had a passenger, too.
Good heavens, was somebody arrested?
Well, that's right, one of our customers. Wilmer and I fixed up his car, and then Stevens told Chipper to smash off the guy's glasses and break them. And then Wilmer hit the guy over the head with a monkey wrench and knocked him cold.
Jesus. How do you and Wilmer expect Chipper to grow up and amount to something when you put him such a... Chipper, where in heaven's name did you get all those eyeglasses?
It's all right, Nina. We gave them to him. Discipline, you know.
Discipline?
Why, sure. We thought we'd let him get it out of the system. So, as part of our reward money, we stopped by the 10-cent store and bought him a dozen pairs of beautiful bifocals. Your Gasoline Alley friend Steve's Wallet will be back in just a moment. But now, a message from your local Auto Life dealer. And now, a word about the next adventure in Gasoline Alley. Here's Stevie. Higgins is a crook, Wilmer. And besides, what he said just doesn't make sense. I know, Stevie, but that's what Higgins said. There's something very funny here. When Higgins offers to sell us a new car for almost nothing, Wilmer, something tells me we're in trouble.
The Curtain of Time. Time is an invisible curtain separating the past from the present. This is Harlow Wilcox inviting you to join me as we draw aside the curtain of time to meet some men who showed exceptional ingenuity in the face of death. But first, down through the ages, men condemned to die have offered themselves for all manner of dangerous deeds and experiments. No doubt in some cases the men are truly repentant and sincerely wish to give a final service to humanity. But many a man has volunteered with his tongue in cheek and the thought of what can I lose in his mind, hoping that everything will turn out all right and the grateful public will give him back his life. But whatever his motive, the results are sometimes satisfactory to the condemned man and to the world, and sometimes more far-reaching than anyone anticipated. Two such willing young men were Carl and Olaf Eriksson, twin brothers who were condemned to death for murder during the 18th century in Sweden. Their being identical twins was the cause of their both waiting for the hangman. Only one of them had been noticed at the scene of the crime, but nobody could tell which one it was. Since in those days a suspect was deemed guilty until proven innocent, both were doomed to face the executioner. One concession was granted them. Since they had been born at the same time and were to die at the same time, they were allowed to share the same death cell. The condemned men tried to work out a method of escape. The walls were too thick for any pair of hands to break. Digging their way out was equally impossible. Their food was handed them through a narrow opening, so overpowering the guard was out of the question. And they had no money with which to bribe the guards. The day of hanging drew near. Carl and Olaf realized that for them there was no escape. With all hope gone, they fell to brooding. Their brooding led to bitter arguments. They quarreled about whose fault it was that they were about to be hanged. They dug up childhood quarrels that had long since been almost forgotten. Olaf even remembering the time he had been punished for a theft of some pastry Carl had stolen. When they wore out their personal arguments, they turned to the subjects which at the time were dividing the public. Coffee and tea had recently been introduced into Sweden. The coffee drinkers were sure their beverage was a veritable elixir, while tea was at least a poison. The tea drinkers were equally sure their beverage was perfect, while coffee was the drink of fools. Carl and Olaf brought the battle of the beverages to their cell. The argument became quite bitter, and they had almost come to blows when the guard came to prepare them for the execution. Suddenly Carl became silent, and the ghost of a smile flickered across his face. Then he turned to the guard with a question. As men who are about to die, do we not have the right to have our last wish fulfilled? The guard nodded. Then I wish to be taken to the king. Well, at first his demand was refused, but the condemned man insisted upon his rights. Finally, the head jailer was called and told of the impossible request. Carl was called into the warden's office and questioned. The prisoner gave a vague reason for wishing an audience with the king. He merely said, "I wish to do my king and my country a great service." There was no further explanation. The king, Gustav III, was told of Carl's last wish. The king ordered Carl brought before him, but he warned the prisoner that there would be no commutation of the death sentence. After proper bowing and scraping, Carl stated he was asking no favors, but that he and his brother were offering themselves as sacrifices to the cause of unifying the people of Sweden. The king's anger flared. "How dare you suggest that some of my people are planning a revolt?" Carl hastily quieted the king. "I said nothing of a revolt, Your Majesty. I merely said the people were divided, as well you know. Half of them have taken to drinking this recently imported brew called coffee, and think that tea is undermining the health of the nation. Those who prefer tea militantly think the same about coffee. So far there has been nothing to prove which people are right, if either." King Gustav had to admit that Carl was right. Furthermore, the king was personally curious as to the relative merits or possible harm of the two drinks. He asked Carl what method he had in mind of settling the controversy. "My brother and I are as much alike physically and mentally as any two people can be. Every day give him tea to drink and give me coffee. The one of us dies first will show which drink is the harmful one." Well, the king liked the idea. He ordered that the two brothers live exactly the same and eat the same food, but one should drink tea with his meals and the other coffee. He then informed the nation what he had done, stating that regular bulletins would be issued comparing the health of the two men. The nation watched and waited. The men were given the best of food and care. Many were the bets made as to which would die first. Well, neither of them died right away. At the end of the first year, both were alive and exceedingly healthy. As the first decade ended, both were very much alive. Other decades passed. Finally, Olaf, the tea drinker, died at the age of 83. Well, the now almost forgotten battle of beverages was ended. Thousands of old tea drinkers switched to coffee, although many of them did it to settle old bets or in honor of Carl Erickson rather than in expectation of adding to their years. Nevertheless, the coffee habit became firmly implanted. Until this year, when the United States took the lead, Sweden led the world in its per capita consumption. And now 60 seconds to our announcer. After that, I'll tell you of a man who was condemned in a different way. Here was a man who literally stuck his neck out. Now we meet a man who was not a convicted criminal, but who nevertheless was condemned to torture worse than death. He, too, became the object of what could be called an experiment. Although the result didn't affect the habits of a nation, it did help several of his friends. Back in the days when England was wresting this continent from the Indians, King George II used many of his Scotch troops. Among the bravest of these Scotchmen were the Montgomery Highlanders, and one of the bravest of the Montgomery Highlanders was Alan McPherson. But these men had been trained to fight in open country, and they were hopelessly lost when it came to combat with the red men in their native forests. The Highlanders were ordered to pursue a band of Indians that had been raiding and burning the pioneer settlements. The soldiers progressed slowly, awkwardly, and noisily into the forest. Underbrush snagged their kilts, and vines seemed to reach out and grab them. Soon they were lost and had seen nothing of the Indians. Then, from a patch of underbrush, an arrow caught their leader. Alan McPherson rushed forward but could find no one. He returned to the men, and they struggled on, only to have their second in command fall after receiving an arrow from nowhere. The Indians took quite a delight in their sadistic cunning. They toyed with the Highlanders by picking off the men one at a time until about half the soldiers were dead. Then they surrounded the white men and took them captive. Nothing was said to the Scotchmen, although McPherson noticed that one of the braves seemed to understand their conversation. The Highlanders began to hope for some kind of a future. Perhaps the Indians were only going to hold them as hostages. Maybe they were going to adopt the whites into their tribe. Other wild guesses were made, but they were all wrong. After traveling through the forest for several days, they came to the Indian village. Squaws and children stared at them as they were led to the wrinkled old chief. He gave his orders. The Highlanders were fed, then their hands and feet were bound with rawhide thongs. The next morning, the captives were fed again, then tied to trees at the edge of a clearing, facing the center so they could see everything that happened. One of the Highlanders was released and led before the others. Then the Indians went to work on him. The red men were masters at producing discomfort. It's better to skip the details, but the discomfort soon was increased to unbearable torture. Finally, the victim was mercifully delivered from his pain. He was glad to die. As soon as he was finished, another was chosen. The Scots tried not to look, but they were so trussed that they couldn't turn their heads. And when the Indians saw a prisoner closing his eyes, they prodded him with knives. One of the Highlanders tried to avoid the torture by holding his breath until he smothered, but the Indians prevented that. A prod in the stomach, and the prisoner involuntarily gasped, filling his lungs with air. Several of the Highlanders had met their tortured doom when Alan McPherson was led to the center of the clearing. Before the captors could start giving him the preliminary going over, he waved his hands, then pointed to his mouth, to the Indians, and to his ears. The brave who had been listening to their conversation, the white men, was called upon. With perfect English, he asked McPherson what he wanted. The Scot answered in a tone of authority. "I know the secret of a powerful medicine. Any man's body, when rubbed with this medicine, will resist the strongest blow of a knife or tomahawk. If you kill me now, the secret will die with me." When McPherson's words were translated, the Indians voiced their disbelief, but they were also curious. The chief had the interpreter tell McPherson to prepare the magic medicine. McPherson explained that it would take some time and that he must not be rushed. The Indians agreed. Well, he didn't know one herb from another, but he examined different plants, taking a leaf or two from each one. He demanded bark taken from special places on trees. He dug up roots. Then he had fish brought before him and took a few scales from each one. He insisted on fat from animals which were hard to catch. Well, finally, he could stall no more. He put the mixture in a pot and had it simmer for a day. The Indians gathered around when he declared it was done. He said he would prove the medicine himself. The Indians and the captive Highlanders were gathered in the clearing around McPherson. He grabbed a handful of the gooey mess and rubbed it all around his neck. Then he lay prone upon the ground and called the interpreter to his side. "Take the sharpest tomahawk you can find and strike me on the neck where I have rubbed this big medicine. Your men will see that no hurt will come to me." The Indian took a tomahawk and wailed away, but the medicine didn't work. The Indians stared at McPherson's lifeless body, then at each other. Finally, it dawned on them what had happened. The white man had escaped the lingering torture by assuring himself a clean death. The Indians had no code of sportsmanship as we know it now, but they admired anyone who got the best of them, whether by courage or cunning. Since there was no way of showing that admiration to McPherson, they showed it to his remaining comrades. They were excused from further torture and later released, some of them living to get back to Scotland to tell of the bravery and slyness of Alan McPherson. Well, the period for our brief visit behind the curtain of time is over. This is Harlow Wilcox thanking my writers Charles Crowder and Thurston Hoffman and inviting you to join me the next time we take a peek into history, this time to join the Klondike Stampede.